Alrighty, welcome to episode 126 of Tokwa's Ask Us Anything. As usual, it's been a pretty busy news week. In an interesting minor price reversal, Tesla has incrementally increased the US price for its long-range Model Y by $500, less than 2 weeks after reducing it by $13,000. While the increase is small, it's expected to have a dramatic effect on certain options such as red paint and 20-inch induction wheels, either of which would push the car out of qualification for the US's $7,500 EV tax credit. Tesla has announced a $3.6 billion expansion of its Nevada Gigafactory. 2 new facilities are set to be constructed within the originally planned building envelope. The first is a 100 gigawatt hour per annum 4680 battery cell plant capable of producing enough cells to build 2 million standard range cars. The second is Tesla's first high volume semi-production plant. Tesla's free trial of enhanced autopilot in Australia ended yesterday, 4 weeks after being introduced just prior to Christmas last year. Deliveries of performance Model Ys into Perth are inching closer with the allocation of a multitude of VINs to eastern states order holders. Although no VINs are yet confirmed as being issued in Western Australia, it's highly likely this will occur over the next few days. The WA EV network is progressing well, with most of the required hardware now installed at Geraldton. This first site will hopefully be commissioned by the end of next month once all hardware has been installed, integrated and tested. And that was this week's news. Indeed it was, and welcome everyone to another episode of Ask Us Anything. If you're new and you're comfortable in doing so, please feel free to say hello and introduce yourselves.
Hello everybody, this is Abid. I'll show up as Abid Sir because it's a Microsoft Surface computer that I've got, so it just picks it randomly.
Welcome Abid.
Thank you, and thank you to everybody for their knowledge and experience of what they bring in terms of the Tesla vehicles. Just a bit of my history with Tesla. I negotiated and ordered a Tesla back in late November, and it's due for delivery hopefully next month from what I've been told recently, and from what you've mentioned in the news. The VIN number has already been allocated. So I was pretty happy about that. So it's a Model Y, white, pearl white, and 20-inch wheels.
Fantastic.
So I've got a few questions, so I'll wait until everybody introduce themselves and then do the question period.
No worries. Okay, and I see John Hewitt, you were going to say hello.
Yeah, I have been on this site once before. I've just received my car in the last month. I came and visited you in about last March, I think, when I'd first ordered it. When you get a moment, I do have a couple of questions, but I won't take up any more of your time right now. I live in Mandurah, I'm retired, and I love the Model 3. Catch you.
Fantastic, and welcome again, John, and we'll definitely get to your questions very soon. Okay, I see another couple of new faces. Anyone else would like to say hello before we go into full-on discussion? Nope, perhaps later, that's cool. Oh, Pete, you look like... Are you back in Perth? You can't be.
No, Harold's still in Sydney.
And it's still light there, is it? That can't be light. Why is it bright outside?
Because I've got the lights on in the garage.
You had me fooled.
Had that artificial sun on.
Very good. That'll help keep you awake, Pete, because it's getting late already.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, and welcome everyone else. Actually, let's go straight to questions. Abid, you were first, so if you've got any burning questions, go right ahead. Once you unmute.
Yep, standard fault every time. I've got a whole bunch of them, so I'll start with a few, and then I'll let other people jump in.
Sure.
When I pick up my car or a vehicle from Tesla, is there a bit of a, have you guys put together, or the team put together any kind of little checklist? Because I did, when I was listening to your initial podcast about cables and charging, there was some comments about getting them to update the firmware or update the charger cable. Is there little things like that that I should look out for that they don't usually share?
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about the charger cable at this stage. That's something that you can do once you're in the comfort of home. There is actually a checklist that Pete Petrosky has written on our website. It was posted quite a few months ago, so you might have to scroll down just to find it. I think that's right, isn't it, Pete? You've got a checklist there of sorts. Oh, Pete's just left us. That's okay. I'm going to say yes. He would have said yes, there is. Um, the the good thing is though that um, if you haven't been to the delivery center site, it's actually a really large, sprawling site. So you go right to the back of this very long block, and there's a large car park just right next to it. So you can actually sort of, look at your car while it's being delivered to you, and then if you want to have a more thorough look, you can just drive it literally 20 meters and then have a really thorough look if you want to do that. The great thing is Tesla are very reasonable. So if you find a few days later that there might be a blemish or something that you're concerned about, you can then just open your Tesla app, go into the service section, and then just put in a service request to have it addressed. So it's not like they're going to sort of say, oh well, once you've left our premises, then it's all your fault or it's your problem. So you don't have to feel necessarily rushed to check everything, absolutely thoroughly. You can basically just do it at home. Uh, we have joked many times on this program that there's a company that produces phantom high-speed cameras that can do like 1 million frames a second, and if you shot a bullet at one end of the delivery center, you and your car would make it to the other end, beating the bullet by a fair margin. It can be a very fast process if you want it to be. If you don't really have a lot of questions and you just want to jump into your car and start enjoying it straight away, then a delivery process can take as few as 5-10 minutes. But on the other hand, also feel totally free to ask all the questions that you want to ask, and just enjoy the experience.
Great. Okay, one more before I wait. The wall charger. I've purchased a wall charger for home. Now, what size of circuit breaker do they usually put in for that on the power distribution board? And does it need a local isolator near the wall charger itself?
Yep. So you have a three-phase house or
Yes,
single phase?
yes, three-phase. Yeah.
Okay. So what your electrician actually needs to install is a three-phase RCBO, which is a combination RCD and circuit breaker. They would probably put in, well, it does depend because your car can only draw 16 amps three-phase. So it's up to the electrician on what sort of cable that they pull to the charger. So they could install either a 20 amp or a 32 amp breaker. It mainly depends on what cabling they're pulling through. But just let your electrician know that your car can draw a maximum of 16 amps three-phase.
Right. So I'd rather future-proof it, probably tell them to 32 amps, and then that way I don't have to worry about it in the future. And anything about local isolators? Do the electrician in WA need to install?
I think there needs to be an isolator if your meter box or switchboard isn't within sort of arm's reach of the charger. So if, for example, the meter box is adjacent to where the charger is going to be, then you don't need an isolation switch. But if it is further distant, then I'm pretty sure AS3000 requires an isolator. But your electrician will actually know better in any
Yeah.
case, because they're up with the regs.
I'm just making sure I don't get spun the story. That's all.
Yep. Yeah.
And
Yep.
anybody know? Can it be any electrician, or do they have to
Yes.
be
No.
specially?
No. And that's a big myth that's sort of getting out there, is that Tesla does have a list of qualified or so-called qualified or approved electricians. It's just the HPWC is just another electrical appliance. It's no more technically demanding than any three-phase device at all of any type. So no, you don't need any sort of expertise apart from being a licensed electrician.
Great.
So get
thank
your
you.
quotes. Shop around, and obviously try and get yourself a reasonable quote.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I'll wait.
Cool. Now, John, you're freshly here, so I might invite you to ask a couple of questions if you like, if you've got any burning questions.
Thank you. Yeah. Just a quick comment on that last gentleman's remarks. I had an electrician put in a 15 amp single phase socket in my garage when I had the Nissan Leaf, which I traded in on the Tesla, and it's worked fine and it does the job. Never had a problem with it. It's adequate. Now, my main question is home location. You know how you can put in an address and say, make this home? Well, I can't do that because I live in the Air Force Estate in Meadow Springs. I'm one of about 300 and something houses in this estate. And when I put in the address, or the lady up there at the distribution place did, it took me to the front gate. And shortly after that, it said, you've got to turn around and go back again, because I hadn't reached home. But as far as the Tesla is concerned, that's where I live, down at the front gate. I've tried putting in unit number 134/41. It won't recognize that. I rang Tesla and I texted the lady and left a message, and she got back to me very quickly and said, try putting in the unit number, etc. But other than that, they were no help. Is there any way you can put your finger on a map and say, make this a location?
I thought that there was a function, if you clear your home location and you just park your car in your carport garage, I thought there was an ability just to set that current location as home. And I think someone else mentioned that, it was a few months ago. Now, it's not something I've actually tried. Paul, is there any chance you're in the car now that you can try and clear home and then basically try and set where you are without an address? I think you can do that. Or you might have to just optically, as John sort of suggested, sort of push your finger on where your house is and tell it to set
that's
that,
what
that pin
and
as...
it's come up. It's come up. It's come up with my address. Like I just put it over the car, held it down on the car, and it came up with my address, which it didn't have that before. Yeah, I don't want to travel to myself. So yeah, that works.
Okay, so try that, John. So when you're just hop in your car when you're in the garage, and put your finger over the... Oh, now
Yeah, Harold,
Steve...
I've just popped that on there from the Tesla manual about touching the pin and add to favorites. Is that going to answer the question?
Not so much as favorites, but as home.
A bit further down, but
Yep, not favorites.
So that might also work as well after entering the... Sorry,
You
can
don't
you just
need-
bring that back up again, Steve? Because I think I just read it said... In your own time, Steve, it's all good.
Now your destination is on the left.
Here we go. It said... Touch to
What?
set an address to the corresponding location after entering touch save home.
Yep.
Touch to set an address to the corresponding location after entering the address, which I guess is the same as touching it, you save as home
Yeah.
or work. Yeah, so to give that a try, John, that will hopefully resolve the situation. But I fully understand what you mean, because obviously where you are, the so-called, you know, street number is a huge block of land, obviously. So give that a go. Just touch and hold onto the map where you actually are, and have that highlight, and then try and set that as home.
I
And it,
can you hear me?
and it'll come up.
Yes.
Yeah,
it'll come
I
up
did
with
actually
just
try that, because that's how I did it with the Leaf. I just parked in the driveway and said, make this home, and it worked. But with the Tesla, I tried that, and it insists on showing the address as a string of numbers, you know, from here to here, on a
Yes.
street that's actually outside the fence, and a main road that's nearest to my house, but it's not in the property. And it doesn't bring you into the property at all if you use that location. So I can't actually pinpoint a spot and say, call this home.
I did. Yeah. I mean, I did that for work because I've changed jobs, and I picked the car park and then zoomed in on that and pressed on that, and it seems to have worked for that. And I set that as work as opposed to my work.
Did you actually get the address of the work you work at, or does it take you to the actual spot in the car park?
The car park, because the car park's about 200 meters away from the actual building, so it's actually not the same address. But yeah, yours might be a unique case though, in terms of.
Anyway, I'll give it a try. Thanks very much for your help, and see what happens. If I have any success, I'll let you know.
Give it a try,
Fingers
and
crossed.
I'll try myself. I'll find a similar situation where there's a large block, and I'll try and get it to change in a particular part of that location. I think it's possible. Yeah, I think it's possible, but give it a try, and I'll also do the same. And if I get a different result or whatever, I'll definitely put it up next week.
Thanks very much.
Hey guys,
Alex?
Go, Alex.
Alex?
I was going to say, I only live around the corner, so if you get stuck, we've got 2 Teslas, so we can try.
Yeah, and John, unfortunately, the technology of the Nissan Leaf is far more advanced than the Tesla. So you would have those problems with the Nissan Leaf, because it's just a much better made machine, that's for sure. So unfortunately, Tesla's still catching up, I think. So
Sometimes.
Yes.
Did you say you live just around the corner from me?
Yes, I do. Because I also live in Meadow Springs, believe it or not, in Mandurah.
Would it be possible to get your address and visit you sometime?
Absolutely. I'll put my number in the chat if you like. Where are we?
Yeah, cool. So while Alex is doing that, has anyone else got actually something that is coming up, and I'd like to do it earlier on in the program, is if we just have a look at this Facebook page, the Walpole Community Markets, hopefully that's come up, and what's happening next on the 4th of February, which is next Saturday, is Synergy will be coming down to do a presentation for the WAEV network, which is the fast DC charging network that's being completed this year. So there's an open invitation for anyone that wants to come down and participate. It might be useful. I'll be bringing my card down so that there's an opportunity to answer any questions from the local community about EVs in general, because obviously the WAEV network charging infrastructure is done not just for its own sake, but obviously for the sake of EVs that are going to use it. And it'll be good for the community to not just understand the charging network, but also understand the machines that'll be using it. So there's an open invitation for anyone that wants to have a part weekend stay down in Walpole to come down between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m. It's actually at the Pioneer Park, which is really in the main drag of Walpole. There's a community market, so you got the little market stalls and all that sort of stuff. And like I said, Synergy will be down there to explain various aspects of their WIEV network.
Cool.
Okay. Anyone else got any other opening questions or comments? Oh, and the crowd roared.
goes.
Okay,
Uh,
that's
I
cool.
think Alex is likes to Chinese on Thursdays. Is it Alex?
Chinese on Thursdays.
Yeah. So anyone wants to take Alex out for dinner? And there's a charging port, I believe, in Mandurah, isn't there, Alex? At that
There
Chinese
is.
restaurant?
There is Silk Tide.
What's it called?
The Thai
Silk
place.
Tide.
Thai. Oh, that's the other place. That's Wednesday night, Alex. Wednesday night.
Is that Wednesday night?
Yeah, it's Wednesday night Thai place. So there you go.
And you can go to the forum. There's 2 free charges there as well. And there's lots of restaurants at the forum.
True. Do you need a type 2, Nigel?
You do need to bring your own cable for that. I went there during the week and there were 2 bloody cars charging in the 2 spots.
That's just shocking.
Yeah, I know.
Well-
Hey, but here at Baldivis at Stockton Shopping Centre, I managed to get a charge there this morning when I went shopping. First time in 2 weeks since I
wow.
got back. Bloody
Yeah,
ridiculous.
how long?
2 weeks.
It'd make you grumpy.
It does make me bloody grumpy. 2 weeks?
Any idea when you're
I've
going
only
to be
been back
finished here?
to. Oh, no.
How long will it take to put this place together?
I've been back 2 weeks tomorrow.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
And are you over it yet? Are you
Richard's
over it
got his
yet,
hand up.
Nigel? Oh, Richard. Yes.
Hi, folks. Me from Melbourne again. Yes, I'm in the future.
Welcome from the future.
That's actually
Thank
what
you.
they're looking
Thank
at.
you. I'm coming across on the 24th of February. I booked my accommodation across the Nullarbor. Reasonably comfortable with the stops I've got to make. I've managed to borrow some cables from the association over here.
Yep.
So your kind offer to ship some over to me won't be required. Thanks anyway. Now I've got a juice booster, which I believe is pretty much the same as the cons.
Yes.
With a full set of tails, a 20 amp, a 32 amp, 15 and 10. Now the total length of those cables, and when joined together, is about 9 meters. Now my question is more about the extension cable, a 3-phase extension cable. I know you mentioned it some time ago. I don't know if it's going to be an important piece of kit to take because I'm trying to maximize or optimize the space I've got in my boot. I'm also I borrowed a Type 2 to Type 2 cable, and I'm wondering whether it'd be better to get the 3-phase extension and leave the Type 2 to Type 2 behind, or should I take them both?
Okay, so from memory, and Pete, if you feel free to remind me, I don't really think there are any terribly useful Type 2 outlets. So where you're coming from, Melbourne or Melbourne, Sydney?
Melbourne, yeah.
Melbourne. I don't think there are any significant Type 2 outlets that require a cable basically between Melbourne and Perth. Is that right, Pete?
I one between across the Nullarbor either. I only used my Type 2 cable once or twice. Once was in Broome, and I can't remember where the other time was, but yeah, it wasn't anywhere across the Nullarbor.
If you come via Esperance, you can use it there. That's about the only one I know of.
Yeah,
Oh, yes,
I am
that's
actually
right.
going to Esperance, but I'm staying at the Comfort Inn Bay of Isles.
Oh,
And
beautiful.
they've got charging facilities. I'm actually going to a wedding in Denmark, so I'll be coming through that way.
Yeah, cool, excellent. So yeah, so the short answer is you really won't need the Type 2, so you're better off bringing the extension cord. Although you mentioned 9 meters, and I think to my mind, 9 meters, one of the longer lengths was the Poochera Hotel in Poochera, and that one.
That's about 6 or 7.
Yeah, it's not that far. So really, you can see this car parked here, and the actual the outlet is just on this wall. And really, yeah, you don't even need 9 meters with your juice booster. So, look, there's no such thing as a useless spare or useless item. Because you never know your situation. There might be a car parked in the way or something like that at certain locations. So if you're going to drag any spare, an extension cable is always useful, or always potentially useful.
Okay.
But the Type 2,
I'll have to
I wouldn't necessarily bring the Type 2 if you're staying at the destination charger in Esperance. Then really everything after that is either fast DC or Tesla destination chargers or a 32 amp outlet.
Okay. All right, that answers that question. A second question I've got is about the more recent release, the Christmas release. And they talked about, and this is from the Not a Tesla app website, they talked about MyQ support for garage doors. So as well as HomeLink support, they were providing MyQ support. So a subscription service. The freebie is basically just opening the door and closing the door. Other services are monitoring and home automation. But when I looked through the release notes, there was no mention of MyQ. So has anyone got any clues on that?
When you looked on the Not a Tesla app, did you notice whether it said Australia as well, or was it
said worldwide
US?
release? Worldwide release.
Not something I'm familiar with. Is anyone else in the room? Have anyone else in the room seen that or heard anything of it?
I saw it on Not a Tesla app, but I haven't seen it in the release in the cars.
No, both cars. Yeah, no.
So we might take that as a maybe coming later. I mean, there are quite a few things I've noticed on Not a Tesla app, or I've seen, on Teslarati and other publications where they do refer to some interesting things that just aren't in Australia yet.
Yeah.
So
it's released worldwide, but that doesn't include Australia.
Okay. Right. Got it. Okay.
maybe coming. Have you heard anything about it, Richard, that interests you? I mean, are you familiar with that standard?
Yeah, I the whole idea is the type of garage door opener that I've got. I can just buy a unit that I can plug into it or wire into it, and the car will then open the door remotely without me having to have anything extra installed in the car, which
Yes.
I believe is about a $300 item plus the installation fee on top of anything else.
The HomeLink, I think, is $425 fitted.
Yeah. So I guess I was trying to avoid that sort of expense, because I've also got to fit something to the garage opener as well, even if I get the HomeLink. So there's the extra expense there.
That's right. Yes, exactly.
I do believe, from what I've read, though, that the MyQ we're going to do a subscription service as a premium service to have it available. So I think that might be a gotcha there with the costs, because you're going to have an ongoing cost continually with MyQ.
Yeah, there is that consideration too. I guess I just wanted to see where to activate it on the car. When I went to look under locks, there was nothing there. So I think it might be maybe a mistype by Not a Tesla app.
Yeah.
Doesn't the MyQ still need something in the car?
No, it's the internet. No, it sends a message over the internet.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a classic change of financial model. Rather than buying it once and owning it, you're going to be paying for it for the rest of the life of the car.
Yes.
And
now I did,
Abid's got his hand up, by the way, Harold.
yeah. And I did notice that too. And can I just ask one supplementary question before, because
Yes, go on.
I need to
Yep.
stop off.
Yep.
I noticed that sometimes when I'm driving along on cruise control, I've got the car set to pick up the speed that I'm doing rather than the speed limits, because quite often the speed signs don't get recognized by the car. So sometimes when I'm going along on cruise control, I set it, I use the hold down the right-hand stalk to set it to the current speed limit, and it cruises along, and then the speed limit will change. So it might go from 80 to 100, and the car will automatically bump up the speed it's doing, but not in every situation. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't, which makes it a bit difficult, because if you go to rely on the car matching the current speed of the road you're traveling on, and it doesn't do it, you can be in strife. So you're constantly monitoring it. Does anyone have any tips on that?
Yeah, so for instance, most of the time the car won't increase the speed to an increased speed limit unless it had gone reduced in speed because of it's a bit hard to explain. So let's say you're driving along 110 k's an hour in 110 zone, and then you come up to a town. Now this only applies in rural areas. It doesn't apply in a built-up area, or should I say a city or a major town. But say you're doing 110 k's an hour in a 110k limit, you come up to an 80 and a 70 and a 50 in a town, the car will pick up those new speed limits and reduce speed. If you keep autopilot or TAC active for that time, then as you then approach higher speed limits, the car will then automatically change the set speed to those higher limits. But if you say started the trip in a town at say 50 k's an hour, and then you go through a higher speed limit sign, it generally won't go at a higher speed unless you've already been at that higher speed beforehand. Having said all of that, there's all these exceptions where it won't do that. Sometimes, you'll see a proper speed limit sign and the car will just ignore it. Sometimes you'll be driving in the middle of nowhere, and you're going to find this in the middle of nowhere where you're comfortably cruising on autopilot doing 110 or 100 k's an hour, whatever you're doing. And then the car will suddenly think that its speed limit is 50 k's an hour in the 110 zone, and it will refuse to go faster. You can do tricks like you go in and you set the offset speed to 10 k's an hour positive. So then it'll go from 50 k's an hour to 60 k's an hour, but it won't go any higher. So it can be a little bit frustrating on all of those edge sort of cases. But you're right, you do generally need to be aware of speed limits. Even though the car generally picks them up, it doesn't pick them all up. And you might find it's not so bad when you're going slower than you should, because you never get fined generally for going slower than you should. It's the reverse case where it can bite.
Yeah. Okay. Look, that's fantastic. Thanks for answering the questions. Thanks for your time. And
no worries.
I'll hand over to the next patient caller.
No worries, Richard. And when you go to drive across,
supplementary.
I'm driving across on the 24th, and I'll be taking about 6 days to get across.
24th of February.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Fantastic.
So, but thank you very much for your help all the way along.
No worries,
and you're welcome anytime at all. And yeah, go Steve, you're going to do a follow-up for Richard.
Yeah, just a supplementary comment. When we're talking extension cords, I'm hoping, Richard, you're going to take your UMC with you and a 15 amp extension cord, because there may be times when you can't get hold of your 3-phase, and you may be resorting to a caravan park, and your extension cord will allow it to connect through some of those really awkward positions. You're better off being able to charge at 15 amps overnight than wait and hope.
Okay. I'll have to have a think about that. I don't have a 15 amp extension cord, but I presume they're fairly easy to get hold of.
You can just go to
much
Bunnings.
More easy than 32 amps. So yeah, okay. Fantastic. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it.
Cool.
Thanks,
No
folks.
worries. Okay. And Abid, yeah, sorry, go.
Yeah, sorry, to help Richard out. In my younger days, I was an automation engineer and I still kind of do that kind of thing for mining industry. Now I just heard the propeller heads. If you're for your automatic garage, I actually installed myself a Meros, MEROSS auto garage opener, wireless, and it works with their app. There's no subscription for their app. It works on Android or iPhone. I don't know how you install apps on Tesla because I don't have mine yet, but the rest of the guys can help. And depending on the type, you can just plug that in. I think you can buy them for $80 on Amazon, and then if you can install it, I can probably give you a hand putting it in. I've done it for 2 or 3 other friends
Hey,
as well.
sorry, I didn't quite catch the spelling of the item.
MEROSS.
Okay, Meros. Okay.
Yes, they do other automation like PowerPoint little plugs that you can connect as well. So I have one in my kids' bedrooms for their TVs, and I can just turn them off at nighttime and so forth, or on a schedule. But unless you're going to use the MyQ across the whole house, then you may want to just buy one of these and then set it up as an app on the vehicle, if that makes it easy.
The only caveat there is that you can't actually currently install apps onto the Tesla itself. So at best, you could only install the app on your phone, and then rely on the geolocation of your phone to infer when you want the garage door up. I guess leaving home is probably the bigger issue, because you might be walking around inside your garage or whatever. Arriving home, I presume, is not an issue, because your phone senses when it's approaching home, and I presume you could just tell the app just to prompt the garage controller to open.
I've got a Meros controller on my garage door, and I control it using if this then that, and use the geolocation. I found it a bit temperamental. I did find that I walked away from the house once, and just walking a little bit slowly over that boundary, the door started going down, and I saw it going down. I got to the shops, and then I got a notification the door was up, because it kind of backpedaled and went up again. So I was like, yeah, I just left the car in the garage with it open, and yeah, it was a bit of annoying. But
What I want to avoid is the garage door coming down on the car, because you can't quite figure it out.
there are some garage doors can have a laser trip. So you have a laser camera on one side and then a mirror on the other side. And if there's anything breaking that, it'll stop the door it'll reverse the door if something breaks that.
Yeah, and that's the setup with the Commander door opener that I've got. You buy a unit a MyQ unit, and it's got 2 sensors you installed as well. So that'd be ideal. I will certainly have a look at Meros and see how it might work. But failing that, I'll just use the old garage door opener I've got attached to my house key. So I was just trying to get a bit fancy, I suppose.
Yeah, the thing that I've got with my Meros controller that I find works better is I've got a smartwatch, and I've got the app on that, so I can just go open door, close door, just clicking my watch. So I kind of use that as my garage door remote at the moment.
Okay. No, that's a good option to consider. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
No worries, and safe travels, Richard, and certainly welcome back any time, even before your trip, if you want to sort of like ask about any of the locations in particular or whatever.
Will do. Okay, thanks.
Feel free to pop back on.
Fantastic. Thanks very much.
No worries. Cheers. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty. So anyone got any questions or comments? Well, it's a tough audience tonight.
Okay, I updated the app, and I noticed that now you have the loot box on your front bit.
Yeah.
Tesla app.
Yeah, on your Tesla app. There you go.
I haven't.
There it is.
Yeah, right. I
Yeah.
haven't actually looked to see if the.
So I was like curious, wondering why they're doing that.
Luke's coming back.
Well, the
Actually,
spruikers.
mine's just updating, so we'll find out in
cool.
a sec.
I'm updating the car.
You can actually now buy. It's not relevant to us really because we don't have Tesla solar really in Australia in any meaningful way. But you can actually, excuse me, you can actually buy full self-driving with credits through the Tesla app. I think it was 240,000 credits, but I'm not exactly sure how many credits you get per referral. But at this stage, it's only referrals of solar roofs and solar systems, which we don't yet have in Australia.
Oh, is that on an iPhone?
Yes.
Because I've got Android and I have the absolute latest, and it's not on there.
Oh, okay.
Is it up by the top right-hand corner from?
Yes, next to your profile pic. So it's 4.17.0.
Yeah, it'll be different on Android.
Okay.
Actually, that's weird because mine doesn't actually have it. And I just updated it just then. But
maybe you have to do it again.
Maybe I have to re-log back in or something, or don't know.
Paul's just special.
It's just telling me to use up my supercharge credits before they expire.
I got 4.17.0. Is that right?
Yeah.
I think that's
4.17.0. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
mine.
Yeah, I've got the loot box.
Oh, right. Nice.
There you go.
Someone's got the loot. I don't. That's strange. There must be a reason.
Mark's got it as well.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, perhaps I'm not pretty enough. I don't know.
It's your haircut, Harold.
I'm just waiting for my hair to dry. I just washed it tonight, so maybe I might get my loot back. Maybe I've got no loot. That's it. Maybe I'm too honest.
It might have taken a bit too much off, Harold.
Yeah.
Precisely. Yes. Yeah, I think so. Like all of it.
I've got a question.
Yes.
Here you go.
How's the Tesla's internet in Esperance or any far away land? How's is the premium connectivity? Is that Telstra or is that Starlink?
Yes.
What is it?
No,
Telstra.
unfortunately not Starlink yet. It's Telstra.
It's a bit hit and miss on the way down. You've got it most of the way. Esperance must have it. Didn't notice anything in Esperance. It should be perfect in Esperance, but there's a few spots on the way down where you lose it for 50, 100K, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to get coverage map. It just depends where you are. Anywhere in the wheat belt, it's going to be patchy, although not terrible. It just depends. If you're going across the Nullarbor, there'll be big gaps of nothing. You can actually see. This website's a little bit slow. Okay. So that's their map there. So that's unfortunately that's where the greatest the Indian Pacific goes. So they actually do have pretty good coverage. Whoops. It's just got weird scaling. But basically, this coverage is a little bit exaggerated. It really isn't as good as that because you've got lots of gaps. But generally, going down south, Mandurah, Bunbury, Busselton, Margaret River, most of those places have got pretty close to almost unbroken service. And the car does use Telstra. But if you're going up north, again, you're going to have big gaps. Even going just to Geraldton or even Lancelin, I think you've got a few gaps. But the good thing is the car doesn't have to have continuous internet to work perfectly well. In fact, it can do quite well with zero internet. Especially if you're navigating to a place, provided you've already navigated to it, when you had internet, it'll happily just keep following along until you get to where you're going.
Right.
But if you
No problem.
But if you want entertainment, just load some. Well, actually, if you use streaming, if you use Spotify, it actually seems to buffer a few songs, so you can have slightly patchy coverage, and as long as you don't skip a song, it'll keep playing quite well. But if you're using what's the other one? The radio app, TuneIn, because it's live streamed. Of course, then it's very vulnerable to interruptions of service, and then it'll just stop streaming for a bit. So
Yeah, talk about does Tesla have FM radio? Like, are they digital radio, or are they actually you can actually tune to the
Both.
both?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. So there's a
Because,
direct tune.
yeah.
It doesn't. I don't think it's. I'm not sure if it scans anymore. It might still be able to scan, but you can certainly do direct tune. So if you
Because
want to
I'm
listen
thinking,
to,
I'm thinking of the Galaxy Outdoor Cinema, where you tune to
it
that.
works perfectly. Yep.
It's fine.
Yep. It's 80. It's 88.
Yeah, 89 point whatever.
89, yeah. Yep. Works perfectly.
Yeah, cool.
Works perfectly.
Yeah.
And in fact, we've had Tokwa we've been there several times to watch various movies at the Galaxy Drive-In. In fact, I think we're due to have another session sometime later in the next couple of months, I think. Is that right?
That's right,
I think
Paul.
so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Alex is organising
A few
it.
thumbs up.
Yeah.
Trying
Alex,
to.
what's the situation with the popcorn there, Alex?
The popcorn, yeah, it's basically free for all.
Okay, that's good. We like to
I
hear.
think the issue, we were going to do it sort of a few weeks ago, but I think the movie that was on at the time wasn't that great. So
Yeah, the menu, I think it was.
Yeah, it wasn't very
Yeah.
friendly.
no, it wasn't a family-friendly movie. So
I
we're
like
sort
the
of
dog.
we're waiting for something a bit more family-friendly.
That's right.
Has
But yeah, so
anyone? Sorry.
Yep,
Yeah.
go on.
Has anyone tried or managed to do the the fart thing, the emission
Ooh, that's a big
on your
move.
phone?
Yep.
That one.
I don't know how to
yeah.
set it up. How do you set that up?
So you bring up your phone and you hold down your finger on the quick things. So there. And then you bring up where's fart? Where's the fart one? The fart one's there. So you grab
Hang on.
that,
Oh, yeah, it
flick it on
is.
there. And then you just do that. And I'm doing an update, so I can't actually do it, but then you press it. And there you go. And you just have to save.
That's very odd. I have 4 icons.
Yep.
You have 5.
Yeah, so to get a 5th one, you go to the quick screen and you grab the one that you want, and then you drag it to the right and sort of hold it there, and then drag and then let go, and it should just flick it up there.
It'll be one of the hardest things you ever do with your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I sort of did it where I went flicked it really quickly.
Yeah, you've
but
got to
you
move
can do
it to the
slowly.
very edge, and it
Yeah.
doesn't highlight the one on the right. I did actually do a little video on that. I'll
Yeah,
send the
watch
link
his video.
through.
If you can't get it, watch Grumpy's video.
It's
Yep,
one of the
I'll do
best
that.
sellers. That one.
I thought I'm pretty handy, but yeah, no, this is tricky.
All right.
Like
And
use
then
your
once you're
fingernail
happy,
and, yeah.
but you have to press save once you're done, because if you don't, then you won't have it.
So is that to get the 5th entry? I've just tried a few times, and
It's to the right.
it's to the right.
Yeah. To
Oh
the right of
yes,
the
I
list.
just got it. 1,
Yay,
2,
there you
3,
go.
4, 5. There you go.
Cool.
Rightio.
It's so
Yeah,
good.
I'm just putting a link in chat
Oh, thanks.
to a video that I did on it. It
mine
is
won't do it.
fiddly. You've got to take it to the very right-hand edge, but you cannot allow it to highlight the 4th icon on the right. You're just going
Otherwise
to
it
get it very
replaces it.
close and take your finger off. Oh,
But
everybody.
once
exciting
you've
too.
done that, then it's hard to then to replace it, isn't it? Because
No. Oh, you mean you want to get rid of it to
not to
fall?
get rid of it, but to substitute that fifth one for some other one.
No.
I think that become no.
No,
Okay.
No.
once they're there, it's just like
That's
there
it.
was 4.
Yeah.
Right.
Really
just
cool.
just a tip: if anyone's got a cover on their phone, take your cover off because it's a lot easier to do without the cover.
Actually, I've just decoded it. The trick is, okay, so I'm just going to spot. I'm going to try and see if this will work.
What the hell's this? Oh, they've got the horn. They've just added the
Okay.
horn to that.
So if you've, I'm just going to do this backwards. So if I'm going to take an icon, rather than going up like that, it's highlighting that icon there, right? That's highlighting the fourth one. I move it to the extreme right and then lift it up. See how it's now got, it's lit that bit up grey, that little section just there.
Yeah.
So then once that's highlighted, I'll let go and there's 5.
Oh, cool.
So if I just then take it off one more time, to try and show it again, take an icon, it lights up. So you've got to sneak it underneath. It lights up that little edge, then let go. And then you've
Will
got
it do
it.
6, Harold, or is 5 the limit?
No, 5's the limit.
I think
No,
5's the limit.
5's the limit. Yeah, I
Yeah.
tried
Yeah,
that.
So
you
that's-
can't have more than 5.
Can't have more.
Right. Yep.
Okay, let's just unspotlight. So that's the trick. Don't bring the icon above in that level with those rows. Sneak it to the right and underneath, and then it pops in.
And if you've got a cover on your phone, take your cover off first because it won't let you go right to the edge of the screen. Because
Yep.
I did mine with the
gets
cover
away.
on, but yes, it is easier with the cover off.
And I did it with my cover too.
And I don't have a cover because I phone dangerously.
Oh, geez. I'm glad you can't see on that. I dropped my phone and I had the screen protector and that spider web. So at least my phone's all right.
Well, it's funny because, sometimes you can get lucky, and that sort of reminds me of something that I saw on Twitter a couple of days ago. I've just got to mute this. And that was this.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, Jesus.
It crawls out.
Oh, good. I was like, what the hell we just watched? Holy crap. There's your lotto win, mate.
Yep. So
Now, if he went to the side by a metre less, because he managed to basically go right in between the wheels, the wheel would have driven over him. Or if the truck driver didn't stop, he's just,
super
very
lucky.
Yeah.
So there's a
That
luck.
happened that happened to a friend of mine in Vic Park, where Albany Highway is quite narrow. A guy opened his door, and this guy was on a push bike going home, just wiped him straight out. So you've got to be very careful if you park.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a sage warning to anyone in the car, really, is just have that little look in case there's someone on a motorbike, push bike, or anything, really.
Mm.
But there you go. So that's a good segue to the luck that some people have. Just like your luck, Paul. Don't drop your phone.
Yeah. Oh, the amount of times I've dropped my phone, you can see my case is just absolutely busted. Yeah. And then, the spider webbing in the corner. But yeah, I noticed today it was just, it had actually kept going up the screen. I was like, okay, I'll get the guy to replace it.
Absolutely. Now, something else that might need a bit of luck, because I dare say it needs a lot of luck, is the supercharger voting, which is obviously open this quarter again. And I'll just minimise ourselves.
Come on, we can vote more than that.
So Southern Cross is number 2 in the Asia Pacific at the moment at 806 votes, behind Apollo Bay at 1,027. And we're just above Port Augusta Now, actually, really, Apollo Bay, Southern Cross, and Port Augusta are all almost equally useful. Not necessarily to us per se, but certainly to the average Tesla driver on a road trip. So if you haven't already voted, please do. All you do is you just log in and you just sign in using your Tesla account, and you can then register your vote. You've actually got 5 votes. Go on, Paul.
Oh, can we put all 5 votes on the same thing?
No. You can only vote once per town, per location.
Hey, Harold.
How many members do we have? Should we just send it?
2,500.
Well, we've got 2,500 on Facebook.
Oh, that's Facebook. Yeah. All right. I was just thinking maybe we should just put a thing out, a blog post or something, and just go, everyone vote.
Yes.
Well, you want to do it just before the end of the quarter.
Yeah.
Because I think they do it every 3 months.
Yep.
And I was having a chat. I was actually at one of the stores here in Sydney, and I was having a chat with one of the people there about the voting system. And they did say, because I was just saying that it's, not very fair because it's, it makes it easier for countries that have got more dense populations, places like Japan. And they were saying that to still put your votes in, because even though it might not get, the number 1 spot, it might make it the next one to be installed in Australia. And so my follow-up question was, is that all that Tesla is going to look at? Or, obviously it's going to have its own sites as well, and the voting will just be one factor? And they confirmed and said, yes, the voting is just one factor. So ultimately Tesla decides, but yeah, the public interest is one of the factors that they take into consideration.
Yeah, and I dare say, putting my tiny little cynical hat on, it is a great way of engaging with owners to sort of have a bit of a light-hearted competition and get a bit of owner engagement with the website. But yeah, if you've got Cooperpedia as one of the locations, I mean, you can't make it to Cooperpedia unless there was a supercharger at Port Augusta or wherever. Even Southern Cross is great, but you need one at Merredin and at Kalgoorlie, which sort of makes sense.
And I had a chat with them specifically about that and said, that it effectively islanded, and their response to that was, well, it may be that just the infrastructure it wasn't financially viable. So that may be the next best thing that they can do. So just because it's islanded does not necessarily mean they won't do it.
Yeah, right. Okay, interesting. But I do like your concept of doing a little bit of avalanche voting at the end to sort of perhaps, I mean, look, you can't blame various regions for being parochial. I mean, we certainly are, and we want to, we'd like to get our locations up. And if we can sort of like suppress voting until the death knell, until the 11th hour, that could be quite strategic, because perhaps the Japanese and the Koreans, who actually won the last quarter's votes, because, they've got populations of double and 4 times or triple our population. Actually, I think Japan's 150 million. Is that right? I don't want to exaggerate that, but I think it's up there. If we can be strategic and surprise them, because they may sort of rest on their laurels and say, we've got, 1,500 votes and we're home and hosed. If we can sort of sneak up and, just before voting closes, all put a big effort in to put our votes in, rather than voting early and vote often, just vote late and vote once, and get the job done.
126 million Japanese population in 2021. So you're pretty close, Phil.
Yeah, yep. So that's approximately 5 times, not quite 4 or 5 times.
In South Korea, 51.
Yeah, they're double. you know, and so there's no surprise. And obviously their population of Teslas is, I think, significantly greater than ours, although we are catching up. And obviously, speaking of which, you know, there's a lot of us sitting with little APIs on our Tesla accounts trying to look for our hidden VIN for our Model Y performance cars. And as we had in the news, even though many people over East have openly reported that they've gotten VINs, no one in Western Australia has been confirmed yet. So we sort of watch and wait. But you know, we do have information that Tesla are on track to do deliveries in this quarter nationwide. So it's going to be some interesting times ahead for a few of us.
So you and Pete going to go around Australia again?
Well, it's a bit hard. We'd have to catch a barge at Fitzroy Crossing once they install one.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Just set up a ramp. You can zoom over on the performance, hit the other side, and keep going.
Yes. You try first, Pete. I'll be right behind you, mate. Oh, we got Russell in the building. Welcome, Russell.
Hey, I didn't realize I'd be greeted with such a fanfare, but I'm happy to take the applause if everyone wants to start that now.
Well,
That'd be cool.
it's you've become a bit rare. Oh, you did a camera change too. That's very smooth. That was very, very smooth.
Yeah, sorry, I need to apologize. I've had some very pressing commitments over the last couple of months. So
You've had to
I haven't
wash
had
your
the
hair
opportunity.
too. Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand.
but I've got lots and lots of stories I can keep everyone entertained with for hours and hours if that's what we want to do. But
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that sounds awful. Sorry. Yeah, right.
Oh, wrong,
Cool.
wrong word. Sorry.
yeah. The I think the main responsibility I've had the last few months has probably been sleep. My daughter's decided that nighttime is for playing and daytime's for sleeping the last few weeks. It's been very difficult to get that habit out of us. So yeah, that's why mainly. Also,
So you've been keeping your eye on the Tesla share price live then because you've been
I
up.
have. This is not. Can you play that not financial advice thing?
Yes,
Before I talk about this?
we certainly can, and it goes a little bit like this. Oh no, not that one. This one.
The following segment is general in nature and shouldn't be taken as personal professional advice. Listeners should seek their own independent assessment from a qualified advisor and not rely on the general nature of information in this program.
So,
Rightio.
so I created a self-managed super fund and bought the entirety of my superannuation at $106 a share.
Woo.
Oh, very good.
Be up about over 33% already.
Yeah.
Nice work.
That is very good, Russell. I rotated out of Linus, which is a long story, but and got in at $109.31 US. But your 106 beats that. Well done.
Yeah,
I'm
so-
jealous. I bought at 121.
Yeah, okay. I still think it might go down lower. So the Mrs. Superannuation is next on the shopping block. So that's got a buy order of $86 at the moment. So
Ooh,
No
ambitious.
way. It's not going to happen.
it doesn't matter. If it does, then that's great. And if it doesn't,
Yeah.
then whatever.
I mean,
Yeah.
have you saw the news? It's only good news now.
Yeah, who knows? I still think potentially there's going to be a reaction when there's an official announced recession in the US that might cause a bit of a stir. But if it's recovered to a point where it's already higher, there could be another drop and maybe it only drops down to where it is now. Who knows? But yeah, realistically, I think I've said this a number of times before. I was happy buying it. What is it now? $400 a share. So
Yeah.
I'm more than happy buying it 100. So whatever.
No, good work,
Yeah,
bro.
and Dan Ives, one of the Tesla bull analysts, has basically indicated, in his opinion, that this earnings report that's going to be released tomorrow morning, it's about 5:30 Perth time tomorrow morning, then followed up with the Tesla earnings call, which is about 6:30 tomorrow morning. in his opinion, will be one of the most significant of recent times in Tesla's history, because it'll probably set the outline of what's going to happen over the next year or so, especially with regards to costs, because we know that Tesla have pulled down the price, but a lot of their presumed higher costs probably didn't turn out as high as they feared, and hence they're pulling back the prices. So it's really a matter of comparing gross margin and profitability with turnover. And if they can increase volume, which they are doing, and they're trying to do it as hard as they can, it could be quite positive, really, for Tesla, and quite damaging to the other car manufacturers, for which we could care less.
But having said that, there's been very positive earnings reports previously, and the stock price has fallen. So just because it's great news doesn't mean it's going to reflect in the stock price. So
yeah, exactly. I mean, hell, the stock price isn't reality of what Tesla is either. Anyway, so it's
Okay, so on to lighter things. That aside, I've got a fantastic story I can tell you about what happened. Probably 3 or 4 weeks ago now. When was it? We sold a Honda CR-V about a year ago, like a while ago now. And when I sold it, the guy I was selling it to was being a real Scrooge, and I couldn't be bothered anymore. I'm like, you know what, fuck it, take the car, I don't care. But I'm taking the floor mats, I'm taking this, I took everything out of the car and just gave him, like, I took the cigarette lighter, everything. Like, he just got the car, right? And I've had this junk sitting in my garage for the last year that I haven't been able to sell. I haven't tried to sell. And recently I'm like, well, this is still sitting there. I'll chuck it up on Facebook Marketplace and see if I can sell it. So I put the listing up, and, you know, like a week later or something, this guy messaged me saying, hey, floor mat's still for sale. I'm like, yep. And organised the time and said, look, just give me a message before you come, because I've actually got to get my car washed today and I might not be home at the time you're saying. So if you let me know when you're on your way, I'll just let you know whether you come to my house or whether you go around the corner where I get my car washed. Is that, yeah, no worries. So the time that I was meant to meet him sort of passes. I'm like, whatever, another marketplace person just hasn't shown up, like, big deal. So I decided I'd just get into the Model 3 and give it a bit of like a pre-clean. So, you know, the kids' shoes and books and all sorts of crap get out of the car. So I was sort of like into the car with the vacuum cleaner, just clean some like bits and pieces. And this guy goes, "Oi!" I'm like, "What the hell?" And I look up and there's this guy just stood in my garage. I'm like, "What the fuck's going on?" And it turns out it was the guy who'd come to buy the floor mats. I was like, all right, yeah, cool, no worries, floor mats, here they are, $50, sold. And then he goes, electric car. I'm like, yeah. He goes, how long have you had that for? I was like, you know, a while now, you know, I've had it for a bit. It's like, oh, okay. Did you sell your car, the CR-V, to buy that one? Because he was trying to figure out like why I sold the CR-V, because he just bought a new one. He's wondering if there's problems with it or whatever. But the reason why I sold it, and I told him, was that we anticipated keeping the CR-V, but once we bought a Tesla, because I sold a Camry to buy the Tesla. Once we bought the Tesla, we're like, well, that's stupid. We're never going to drive that car again. So we just sold it the next day, even though we needed 2 cars. Like, there's no point in holding on to it for the sake of it. So we just like sold it. Anyway, I ended up offering him a ride in the car because he seemed pretty keen. He'd never been in one before. So I chucked him in the passenger seat and showing him all the bits in the car, and drove out of the driveway and showed him how like the garage door closed itself as I was reversing out. And he's like, oh, it's awesome, blah, blah. And then I started just like slowly going down our driveway and down the main road street bit, and a bit of small talk and stuff. And then I was about to turn onto the main road, like the 70 zone road. And he goes, oh, you know what really gets me about people that drive these cars? I'm like, what? He goes, oh, you know, they don't even know where their electricity comes from. I was like, what are you talking about, mate? He's like, you know, like, people think they're doing the right thing by the environment, but really all they're doing is like burning coal. I was like, oh, okay, cool. That's not really why I bought this car anyway. He's like, oh, why'd you buy it for? And I just fucking floored it, like, as far hard as I could, just dumped it, and he just took off, and he's like, and he starts screaming and carrying on. He's like holding the seatbelt, holding the armrest and everything, like just going mental. And then And then he's like, stop. So I just like slam the brakes on. He goes, and he just flies forward in the car. He goes, oh, and I just hit the throttle again, like slam. He's like back in his seat again. He's like, ah. And then like he stops. He goes, fucking take me back. What are you doing? Fucking going to kill me, you fucking idiot. Like, and he starts going mental. I'm like, oh, settle down, mate. Settle down. I go, that's why I bought the car. Don't you understand now why I bought it? He goes, oh, you fucking crazy. He starts going mental. He goes, fucking got whiplash. I'm gonna fucking sue you. Blah blah blah. This. I was like, whatever, man. I go, you can walk back if you want, or I can take you back. It's your choice. And he goes, oh, just take me back. I want to get out of this car now. And then like he gets to me, he goes, how do I fucking open this door? I can't get the fucking door open. He's like pressing everything, trying to figure it out. Yeah, it was awesome. So I don't know whether I like convinced him to buy one or whether whatever, but yeah, he hasn't sued me yet, so I'm still waiting for that. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I wish I had a GoPro because I could have added it to Pete's series of videos that he's got. Would have been a nice addition, I would have thought.
I guess the local detectives will be following up on that case later on there, Russell.
It was all within the speed limit, and I had to slow down because the cat ran across the road. It wasn't my intention. And then someone was coming up behind me, so I had to accelerate against it so they wouldn't hit me. That's really what happened. Yeah, so it's more like prevention of injury than anything. Yeah.
I was hoping you were going to
dash cam, Russell.
Yes, it's on dashcam. I was hoping you might have said something along the lines of when he goes, "Oh, is that electric car?" and you should have said, "Well, that's for sale too, because everything's for sale at the right price." But
no, he goes, "Oh, dual motor, is that petrol and electric? Is it?" I've actually heard that quite a few times actually.
Yeah.
I go, no, mate, just 2 electric motors. He's like, oh, okay, yeah. So
unfortunately, there's a bit of conflating with hybrids. You know, that is that implication, isn't it? With with dragging an ice motor and petrol tank and all that sort of catastrophe as well. But but you can't win them all.
I reckon he'll buy one eventually.
Yeah.
After experience.
Yeah, exactly.
You've certainly convinced him it's not a slow golf cart, that's for sure.
Yep.
Because he's asking like, oh, you got to be really, really rich to buy one of these cars. This is why we're in the garage. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? Like, it costs the same amount as a CRV. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, how much do you pay for your car? He's like 50 grand. I'm like, well, you can pick one of these up for like 50 grand with rebates. Like, it's not any different in cost. What are you talking about? He's like, oh, really? Didn't even realize. I thought there's like $200,000 a car. I'm like, nah, like, not even close. So I think there's a big, I guess, a lot of misconception or a lot of like, I don't know, people telling people like Chinese whispers, and then sort of on, Perth Now forums talking about how expensive they are and how much they pollute and stuff. That
a lot of willful ignorance, I think, Russell. Willful ignorance.
Yeah.
There's a lot of companies, I think they'll slowly be transitioning over for employees, novated leases and things like that. I think a lot of people just don't realise in that situation, if you're going to get a car anyway, it's so much more economical to get an EV. Even if it costs tens of thousands of dollars more in upfront cost, the total lease costs on a novated lease, or even as a company car with partial, personal use, because you've got fringe benefits tax exemption, it makes a huge difference,
Yeah.
And that's something that hasn't even started to bite yet. A lot of people are just coming to grips with it.
Yeah, I thought with the Model Y performance that we're all receiving
doesn't apply. Yep.
Doesn't apply because it's too expensive anyway. But a friend at work, he didn't actually talk to me about it. I overheard him on a conversation. He was talking to someone about it, and he actually went in to purchase a standard range Model 3 or rear-wheel drive, whatever they call them now. And on the conversation, he said, look, he came in, he went into Tesla. They said they had one available. He signed the paperwork right there and then. And then 3 days later, he got a call from him saying that they'd sold his car and he couldn't have it anymore. So he was pretty pissed with that. So he ended up saying, no, fuck, he's not getting one anymore. And he went out and bought a, what did he get? A Hilux or something instead. Yeah. So.
Yeah, right. That's a shame.
That's so weird.
Yeah. Oh, well, what do you do? I'm sure
but it's also a bit weird to go from but it's a bit weird to go from a Model 3 to a Hilux. It's not like they're, I would have thought they were kind of the same thing, but
The conversation was like, fuck yous, like I'm gonna do all I can to be the opposite of what you are now.
Oh well.
Yeah.
His
Yeah,
loss. He's the
well,
one going to be spending the money anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
yes.
But
Yeah.
it's like shooting yourself in the foot just because you're.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
So,
interesting.
so I'm going to India next week for a couple of weeks. Again, I've been over there a couple of times since the last call as well. But I noticed that there's actually some developments in India around electric vehicles that are potentially quite promising that I've seen of late about Tata Motors, which is the largest Indian manufacturer of everything. Essentially, they built the country. They've released India-specific EVs, and there's actually some chargers popping up around where my office is as well. So there seems to be quite an uptake. India was heavily dominated by luxury Kias, I guess you can call them. Kia did a lot of marketing in India, and they marketed their vehicles as a luxury vehicle. And there's lots of wealthy people in India that drive Kias. So I'd be surprised to see if there's a transition for because a lot of the stuff in India is around like perception. So if there's a perception of wealth, then that's good as well. So would there be a perception of wealth with an electric vehicle compared to a Kia potentially? I don't know. Yeah.
Thing is, Kia, Kia have done Kia and Hyundai are basically related. But it just takes a little bit of time for these what are no longer new companies to gain that credibility. When when Hyundai first brought out their XL, it was okay, but it wasn't fantastic. Now Hyundai have got all sorts of luxury models or expensive models that have a good reputation, and Kia's getting that same thing too, Russell. So really,
I think they've also got electric little tuk-tuk things as well kicking about now. And I think the upfront cost for those is really similar to the upfront cost of the petrol version of the same thing. So I've seen a lot more of those electric tuk-tuks getting around than before. Each time I go, there's just more and more. And I sort of go every few months, so it's not a huge amount of time between them. And every time I sort of notice a difference. So I guess this leads to the conversation of like, I know at the moment it's almost impossible for Teslas to come into India because there's such a high amount of tax imposed on any country that isn't building their vehicles in India. And I wonder if I know it's a protectionist mechanism because obviously they want to support their own economy, but if there's such a huge demand for electric vehicles, will they be forced to lower those tax requirements for imported vehicles if their EVs potentially might be excluded, or whether they're going to play hardball and want a factory there? Who knows?
Well, I know that Tesla did offer. They just wanted to have a relatively short period of time as an exemption for imports, so they could effectively gauge the market and establish a business case to actually have something like a gigafactory to do local production. But they didn't want to risk everything on the promise that it might be okay. They wanted to actually test the market, and they wanted to have a medium term of tax exemptions or tax reductions. And the Indian government or the minister just basically said there's just two chances of that happening.
Yeah.
So obviously Tesla then took their bat and ball and went home. They had hired quite a few employees to have a regional office, and they basically transferred them to other locations.
I guess it's much the same. I mean, I don't know what the proportions are like, but that chart that you probably all would have seen by now, you've probably spoken about in a previous meeting. I haven't really been following along as much as I used to, but the chart that shows the market share and accessibility thing. So at a value, like at $100,000, that addresses 2% of the market. At 80,000, it's like 8% of whatever it's going to be.
Yep.
I feel if you run that same graph across India, it's going to be completely different to what it is in the US and in Australia. So the Model 3 and Model Y, although it would be accessible, it wouldn't really reach the same market as what the Model 2 would potentially reach. Like something that's way more affordable is probably going to be what needs to happen in India, because the Tata Motors electric vehicles are priced, I think, down around that sort of like $25,000 mark. So it's only going to be the Kia and Mercedes and things buyers that are going to be buying Teslas anyway. So are you better off just putting those vehicles in other countries where you're probably going to sell more? You still got to produce them, so you may as well sell what you can and waiting until you can produce a more, I guess, a valued vehicle rather than a luxury vehicle.
The thing is, the population of India is 1.4 billion people. So yes, although the percentages of the higher income population is low, much lower compared to, a Western country, you've still got 1.4 billion people. So India's middle class by Australian standards probably still represents vastly more than our population.
Yeah.
So Tesla's market share might be quite low, but the absolute numbers would probably still be quite high. But in any case, Tesla did want to at least have like an interim period where they could thoroughly test the market with imported vehicles, with a view to obviously taking the next step. And
I guess that'd be difficult as well, because you'd have to provide that charging infrastructure as well as part of the rollout too, wouldn't you? So it wouldn't be a cheap commitment.
No, but at least, Tesla was prepared to come halfway, and it seemed that the Indian government was prepared to go no way.
Maybe I'll have a word to it when we're over there. I'll sort it out.
Well, do so, and report back, and then we'll write up a report to Elon.
We expect big things from you, Russell.
Yes.
Yeah. If
That'll help your super fund, Russell.
Yeah, I know Elon watches this, so firstly,
he does.
Thanks for selling some of your shares that I managed to buy, and secondly, my Twitter handle is @BetterThanStew. So if you want to hit that up, you can DM me. Yeah.
All right, that's a little editorial by Russell. Actually, speaking of, go on, Russell.
Well, this is a separate topic. I'm just trying to keep the conversation going. That's all. I've been watching a lot of Mr. Beast, and he's all about creating content that people want to listen to, and generally, Ask Us Anything isn't that sort of type of program. I'm trying to change it up a bit. That's all. So when I was upside down in the back of my car the other day, I had the seats up and forward to try and get under them because I dropped a bit of stuff down between them. I couldn't quite get them. Anyway, I knew there was a ventilation sort of opening under our seats, but it's much more prominent in the Model Y than it is in the Model 3.
Yes.
I originally thought that was an output, but it's actually the return. It's like a sucker, not a blower.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it doesn't, when you put the air conditioning on, it doesn't ventilate out to cool your feet down. It's the return for the circulation.
Right. So that's just that's those what look like vents under the front seats.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, because I had my hand on it and everything. I was putting the air conditioner on max. I'm like, why isn't this blowing on me? Something wrong with my car. And then I put some tissues and held it across it, and they were sucking into it. So
interesting.
That's what I sort of discovered. Unless my car's a freak or whatever. But yeah, I bought these. So we've got a lot of crap in the back of our car now, rolling around. And what I was worried about is getting macadamia nuts or something inside there and rolling around and never getting it out. So I bought these fly screen sort of rectangles with Velcro on them to stick over them. And initially I was concerned about them limiting the air flow, but because it's a sucker, not a blower, it doesn't really matter anyway now. So
yeah, exactly.
If anyone's thinking about it, I'm sure it's much easier to buy I think it was $3 for 2 or something, or $1.50 or something for 2 off eBay to stick over it. I'm sure that's going to be much cheaper in the long run than trying to fish out a golf ball or something out of a ventilation system in your floor.
Oh, indeed.
It's
That's super interesting.
Not so much in the Model 3 because they are quite sort of deep in there and the seat sort of covers it. But in the Model Y, they're very exposed. You can
you can
touch
see
them with
them
your feet pretty easily. Yeah, so it might be a worthwhile investment.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to sit there with smelly socks on top of those suckers, would you? That would recirculate that smell air to the rest of the car.
I've got another story for you. I'll catch up on here because I've got a lot to get through. So,
hang on, I'll just get ready.
Hang on, sorry. So for anyone that's joining us late, welcome to Russell's or Ask Russell
Russell's
Anything.
live.
I've got all the answers, but I've also got all the questions. So it's a bit of everything. Yeah. So over the Christmas break, my wife had to work most days for her job, and my daughter goes to daycare at my wife's work. But over the Christmas period, the daycare is closed, so I need to look after my daughter over that period. And obviously, I don't know, this could be quite stereotypical, or maybe it's just me, but dads don't really do such a good job of looking after their children as what mothers do, typically, in my experience, in terms of like, attentiveness or knowledge, or just generally like, we're a bit lazier and a bit more, I don't know. They always cry when I've got them compared to mum. Really, that's what it comes down to. Anyway, so I had to look after her every day for the school holidays, for the Christmas holidays, sorry. And I couldn't get her to sleep at home. So I do this thing where when lunchtime comes around, I chuck her in the car, I go for a drive, she falls asleep. I drive to the local library down the road. It's got a 7 kilowatt charger. I plug in, hop back in the car, put the windshield up, have the music on so she doesn't wake up, and then get my phone and watch YouTube or KO or whatever on my phone, right? And I've got a neck rest on my seat, and I put a little bit of tape around or a bit of fabric around and sit the phone like in the steering wheel. It's like a perfect setup, right? I've even got like relax mode on my settings, so it just goes perfectly. It's exactly where I want it. What I was concerned about was me sitting there idle for such a long period of time. Would there be gases building up in the car that could potentially cause, some sort of like problem, like carbon dioxide or whatever? You sit in the car for 2 or 3 hours, just windows up, recirculate air conditioner on. Is there going to be a problem? So what I did was I went and bought a gas monitor off Amazon, and I popped it in the car and did a few tests to see what would happen. So the testing I did was like driving around with recirculate on, driving around with not recirculate, air conditioner on, air conditioner off, parked up, like a bit of everything, right? And what I found was
Can I guess? Can I guess what you found?
Yeah, sure.
The air was cleaner.
Cleaner the what?
Than before by having it recirculate.
Then compared to outside air, or compared to not having on at all?
No, yeah. So if you took a sample of before you turned the aircon on, and then you left the aircon on recirculate for a while, the air after the aircon was on recirculate for a while was cleaner than before. So there was no new air coming in. It was the same air, but it was just cleaner having gone through the aircon system and the.
I'm not sure about that first bit, but it's definitely cleaner. So with recirculate on, the parts per million of carbon dioxide varies between about 450 and 550. Doesn't 500 maybe, right? Which is really quite low. I think regular air, like the best air, is like 400, so it's pretty good. And no matter what you do with the air on recirculate, if you're driving, if you're standing still, if you're parked up, if you're charging, whatever, it doesn't actually fluctuate any higher than around 500, right? But what does happen is if you switch the air conditioning system off altogether and sit there, and then you're in the car breathing, it does start to build up. So I don't know whether the recirculate does actually pull a little bit of fresh air through each time.
It does. It definitely does.
Because otherwise it would, build up.
Yeah, and that's on all cars. They all, I don't know if it's a mandate, but they all have they're deliberately slightly leaky so that they all do pull in some fresh air. All cars do that.
Because you notice the difference between the. Oh, okay. You go, Pete. Oh, okay.
I was just going to say, unless you put on bioweapon defense mode.
Yeah. Well, in which case it's all fresh air. You see, and it's one of those weird things. You would presume that the car kind of pressurizes itself and then seals itself off, but nothing could be further from the truth. It actually puts the fan on. Well, it used to be 11, but on absolute max, and pulls in fresh air. And what makes it a bio defense weapon mode is it's only good for things like anthrax, which is a spore. So it's not good for nerve gas. So if it's a nerve gas attack, you're dead. But if it's only anthrax or some other biological, then you're okay. But it pressurizes with fresh air. So when you see Teslas, I'll find it in a couple of minutes. Teslas, they've actually got a demonstration of this.
With
the red dye.
With the red dye, and that's actually what actually it's doing is cleaning the chamber of all the red smoke or dye, whatever it is, basically by pulling it into the HEPA filter. And I think as part of the end of the test, they actually show in that video the actual HEPA filter, and it's basically pink as.
I noticed the difference between the 3 and the Y. The Y seems to be cleaner in traffic, if you want to say, like the air doesn't,
it's got a bigger filter.
Yeah. You don't seem to smell the diesel as much.
So just incidentally, this is the video here.
We just put in the second vehicle, we're reblowing up the bubble, and we're preparing to do a comparison test side by side.
Is that the point?
Normally air pollution, you can't really see it. You can't really see how bad it is.
Yes, that's right.
So we're trying to use this to demonstrate it visually. So we're going to be running a bioweapon defense mode on here. We have a HEPA filter installed.
It's going to show us the effectiveness of the HEPA filter versus a vehicle that does not have the HEPA filter.
Bioweapon defense mode engaged. We're going to signal smoke. Go smoke. Smoke going.
So the cabin is now pressurized as the smoke is released. So all the air that's coming into the cabin is going through the HEPA filter, which is very good at taking out the particles of smoke. So as you can see, the cabin is staying nice and clean, even though the outside world is quite a hostile environment. This filter is 99.97% effective or better against particles of any size.
Like no particulate in the car, right?
No particulate in the car. No.
Zero red smoke in the
No
car.
red. The car is clean.
Immediately you can see a lot of dust here on the inlet side of the filter, and then on the back side over here you see nothing, which is good. I'm going to lift this up and we'll see the carbon filter, which is probably also going to be quite red from capturing all that smoke. There we go. Then I'll pull this filter off and we'll see the real HEPA filter, which is also going to have some red on it. You can even see it on the back side of the filter here, so it definitely caught a lot of this dust and filtered it out so that it's not getting into the cabin and into your lungs.
HEPA stands for High Efficiency Particulate Air Filter. The great thing about a HEPA filter is how well it filters out very, very fine particles, like PM 2.5 and even smaller. And those are very bad because they can be small enough that they get into your lungs and stay in your body.
Over 4 million people die per year based upon exposure to bad air quality. And the World Health Organization says that over 90% of people live in environments that have bad air quality. With wildfires in California and other extreme climate events happening worldwide, it's really important to be able to provide clean air to everybody. So that's why we have a HEPA filter in our vehicle.
So I can add some more to my scientific research as well about this air quality. Oh, sorry, Anne, did you have a question before I get going? Or?
Oh, yeah, no, I just wanted to relate when I changed my filter on the Model 3 after 2 years, it got that characteristic vinegar and old socks smell, and so I got myself into my HEPA filter and replaced the cabin filter, and it was absolutely foul. And I think that the seal in the Teslas is that good at circulating the air, getting in the fresh air, circulating it and catching everything, but it actually grows all sorts of spores on the fins. So you actually have to also use a special spray to clean the filter. I think Alex was saying you don't really need a special filter. Special spray. You can just use Glen 20. But yeah, that was my experience, and it's actually been fantastic since. But yeah, I swear by HEPA filters, and Tesla's air conditioning is fantastic.
I actually did exactly what you did, Ant. In my performance after about 2.5 years, started getting that musky smell as well. So yeah, put in a HEPA filter, just one from Amazon for about $50. And I actually had Tesla put it in themselves. They only charged me $30-40 or something for it, and yeah, it's been brilliant ever since.
Yeah, so
Absolutely.
so for the air, so for scientific purposes only, I just need to preference that because this was definitely for scientific purposes. I decided to ventilate myself briefly to see how that would affect the internal air quality in the car.
Curry or cabbage or what sort of input?
Baked beans.
Yeah, so
A good curry.
So I had to do a number of times, obviously, to test all the different scenarios. And what I found was if the car's on recirculate, it takes about, I don't know, probably close to like 3 or 4 minutes before the air quality returns to pre-event, right? So
Oh no.
it does stay for a while. But if you swap over to fresh air, it only takes about 15 seconds for the cabin to be completely flushed with a whole new load of fresh air, and that goes back to regular readings about 15 seconds. So there is definitely a time penalty you're going to pay if you're the passenger, if you're not onto it. So if you are a passenger, hit that fresh air button and you'll be home and hosed in 15 seconds flat. Yeah.
Right.
Doesn't matter if you're like
We've
sitting
talked
still
about
in
a
a
few
car
things
park,
on this.
sitting still in the car park or driving or whatever. It seems to work pretty consistent. Yeah.
But depending on the event, 15 seconds can be a horrendously long time.
Yeah, I mean the meter I had, I maxed it out a number of times to they couldn't read any higher. I was throwing errors up, so I'm pretty sure I gave it a good testing.
I know that Einstein once said that the strongest force in the universe is compound interest, but I'm not quite sure about Russell's farts. So
I'm doing it for everybody. I'm sacrificing myself here for the greater good. So now we've got these statistics and hardcore like numbers, we can make more educated decisions in our lives, right?
So when you said that fathers aren't that great at looking after their children, I hope your daughter wasn't participating in these scientific experiments.
No, she was. And the problem was
by pulling your finger.
She was.
By pulling your finger.
Child abuse.
She's in the back in the car seat, right? And she's fast asleep. I'm parked up at the library charging.
It's called unconscious, Russell. She went unconscious.
And
Carbon monoxide poisoning, man.
And I took the opportunity to test the system, forgetting that there was an alarm on the device. So I ventilated, and then the device starts going beep 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 beep. I'm like, oh crap! And I'm like reaching over trying to turn the damn thing off because she's fast asleep in the back of the car. I'm like, oh crap! And then she's like looking around. I'm like, oh, go back to sleep, go back to sleep. So I had to turn the volume down a bit for the rest of the tests after that. Yeah.
I guess, look, Russell's doing the experiment, so we don't have to. And wow, I never thought this is called Ask Us Anything, and we're definitely living up to that title, that's for sure.
Isn't there that show, You Can't Ask That? I'm just trying to answer these questions that people want to ask, they don't have the confidence to.
Absolutely. And I think we're going to have to timestamp this section of the program, and yes. We'd have to call it Russell.
I think this is the wind of change.
I propose a Tesla modification, similar to where fighter pilots have a little sort of catheter goodie, when they're up in the air. That there's sealed underpants with a pipe going out, maybe through a HEPA filter, who knows, to the outside, just for
emissions.
Russell and everybody's benefit.
It just has to vent into those little vents under the seat that you've just pointed out.
Yes.
Well, don't get me wrong. I don't get offended by the smell. I actually quite like my own brew. It's other people in the car that have a problem with it. So I don't need the ventilation. It's just trying to.
Oh dear, there's just so much information on this program. Deary me. I think perhaps a little break, but an oblique segue would be Tesla also just brought out a new video showing their heat pump system. So maybe as a bit of a to tone down the show, we'll just put that on just for a moment. And
Is
it
that
goes like,
Harold?
yeah,
Is
go
that a
on,
break
Ant.
like the wind? Is that a break like the wind?
Yes, it is a break
Yes.
like the wind. We're just going to cut the air with Russell's knife and show. Oops, I'll put the audio on. Show this.
EVs get a bad reputation in cold weather. They're known for running out of range super quickly. They charge too slowly. Tesla heat pump is about changing all those notions and making an EV for all kinds of weather.
The biggest innovation definitely for our team is the heat pump system.
The easiest way to think about a heat pump is like an air conditioner in reverse.
An air conditioning system takes heat out of your house and pumps it to the outside environment, which is hotter. A heat pump harvesting heat when it's cold outside and pushing it into the cabin of the car.
You know, the basis of it is just around like using the energy you have to make the vehicle more efficient.
It works together to pick the source that makes sense given the conditions that you're in. But it can also turn inward. In really cold weather, where other heat pumps fall short, it can keep the cabin comfortable and generate its own heat and prioritize power.
We first introduced heat pump system in Model Y, but now we have it on all platforms, 3, S, and X.
So heat pumps are not a new concept, but a lot of times when someone implements a heat pump system, they do that by adding a lot of components. And we wanted to implement the benefits of a heat pump system, but at the same time reduce the complexity. So the idea we came up with, we're calling it the super manifold, and it's basically a 2-layer PCB assembly. This section in the front is all of the refrigerant channels that would normally be separate components and separate tubes all connecting things together. We did a similar thing with the coolant components. So we have a layer in the back that's all of the coolant channels all plumbed together. This would normally be 15, 20 separate components in a car, and we've made it into one assembly that's all together.
In order to achieve the functionality of the heat pump, we needed a new configuration for our coolant loop. So we could have done that pretty easily just by adding an additional valve, but that would have been more expensive and it would have made the car harder to build. What if we tried to combine those two valves into a single valve?
And that's kind of how everyone thinks here. I'm doing two things that are almost the same. In one case, I'm throwing heat out. And in the other case, I'm adding heat in. Maybe I should just put those together and have system integration.
So this is the design that we ended up with after many convolutions, and we call it the octavalve. And it's very simple. It's got a barrel inside that turns. Depending on the mode, we're activating different pairs of ports.
Depending on the conditions, the energy efficiency of heating, you might be using 3 or 4 times less energy.
If you can carry a bigger load, more cargo, more passengers, and you can still get to your destination while consuming 15 to 20% less energy, it's significant. And that is something that's not quite apparent by just looking at the car. You really have to experience it.
And there you go. So you know,
I didn't plan to do this, but when I was parked up at one point, I managed to get the car fully charged to the state that I wanted, but I was still running the air conditioner on max because it was like 40 degrees outside and it was like middle of the day, and I was running the screen with the music and everything. I was charging my phone. And when the car essentially maxed out to 90%, and it was still plugged in, the amperage sort of drops down and then it sort of comes back up again. And what I found was it was pulling about 2.6 or maybe 3 kilowatt just from the air conditioner and the system being alive. So do you think is that the right, that's what it's doing, right? So it's keeping the state of charge at 90 by constantly feeding it just a smaller amount of energy, even though it's capable of pulling 7, it's only pulling sort of 3 to keep the car at 90. Is that what's happening?
Yeah. So it's basically once the car's actually at the state of charge that it wants to be at, it'll effectively draw shore power for any systems that are running at the time. So, and that'll go up and down depending on what's on. So, yeah, presumably because you're standing still, you don't have the same airflow going through your condensers for the aircon. So you've got your fans on high, but cooling, the aircon isn't as efficient when you're standing still. So yeah, so 3 kilowatts is plausible.
The whole time, that 2 hours or whatever, I was parked up at the location pulling 7 kilowatts. When I looked on the ChargeFox app, it said I drew, I don't know, whatever it was, let's just say 12 kilowatt hours or whatever. That's probably not the right number to say that. But the car only put in, say, 8 that's because the other 4 or whatever actually got consumed by the air conditioner and the screen and everything, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
go on.
like tonight, I plugged my car in, and I always precondition the car in the morning because it helps soften the cable when you wrap it up with the wall charger. And I noticed that over the years. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I guess that means like if you are in a situation where you're having to charge from a AC charger to get yourself out of a bind, there is a significant impact on having sitting in the car with the air conditioner, or even watching YouTube or whatever actually draws a considerable amount of energy if you are time poor. So I had nowhere to be, so it didn't bother me, and it was middle of the day, so I had to have the aircon on. But if I had not had it on, I probably would have charged 40% quicker potentially, or 30% quicker. So,
yeah. So if you're on a long road trip and you're charging on 11 kilowatts, you'll get about 80 k's an hour in your car. But if you're parked with the car closed, if you're in the car with the aircon keeping you nice and cool, you'll go from about 80 k's an hour down to sort of high 60s or 70 k's an hour. So basically, you sitting in the car enjoying the air conditioning can cost you, say, 10 k's of extra range added per hour, which is not trivial, but it's not a huge amount, but it's not trivial.
Yeah.
So, but that's definitely what the car does. It absolutely can be 100% full, and well, at the level that you want it to be, and then it will just draw shore power. For anyone that's interested, when I was in Europe, I actually set my 2 cars. They are both LFP batteries, so they get set to 100%. And I plugged my wife's car into a Type 2 charger, so it could do 11 kilowatts. And my car, I just plugged into a 10 amp UMC. And I've got a plot. This was on the 5th of January. And you can actually see about 5 times a day. This short peak was my wife's car, basically drawing 11 kilowatts 4 times a day, 5 times. And then these little ones here, but wider, is my car just doing the basically, 10 amps, 2.5 kilowatts. Again, that's 5 times a day. And that was just in response to it's not really vampire drain, but it's because both cars had Sentry mode turned on. So there's a slight hysteresis whereby the car will drain down, I don't know, maybe 1 or so kilowatt hours, and then decide to replenish it. And as it turns out, on this day that I chose, they were all followed closely each other, but not totally in sync. The timing isn't sort of precise, but and incidentally, that little bit here was just that's a heat pump, hot water service that comes on at 9 o'clock. And again, actually, that would only come on once every couple of days, because again, there's a hysteresis where the water cools off in the tank slowly, and then it starts up.
So with my one, I actually turn my charger down to a lower level when it's in standby mode at 90% already, to make sure it doesn't draw that peak, so it stays within my inverter capacity.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And there's nothing wrong with that. You can set it to 5 amps if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's what I do,
yeah, absolutely. That's easy to do.
Hey, Harold, I'm just going to quickly jump off because it's about 12:30 in the morning here now. Just a couple of things quickly. Tesla's announced a new patent for its glass that might be applicable to the Cybertruck.
Yes.
Might be an one to talk about later. And obviously the Q4 earnings after market closes tomorrow morning.
Yeah, which in your case, you'll be up. It'll be sort of like after breakfast time for you, Pete, to listen to the earnings call, which will be good.
Yeah.
Although it's late, although you're going to bed late, so yeah, good luck with that. But
be a civilized hour at least for once. Yeah.
Yes, and it'll be very important. I don't know if you were on before, but I think it's going to prove to be a very significant earnings call, because it really does set the tone for the rest of this year, in what is a semi-recessionary time, which is going to be very interesting.
Well, it'll be very interesting to see where its costs are.
Yes.
Cost. That will be very interesting, and its gross margin, automotive gross margin. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for joining us anyway, Pete, in the future. It is Thursday for you and the day is good. So, and safe travels tomorrow? Or
yes.
Tomorrow. Yep.
Yep.
Fantastic. We'll look forward for seeing you in not an artificially lit garage, but ambient light.
All right.
Cool. Take care, Pete.
Take care.
Cheers.
See you, Pete.
Yeah, so Pete go on, Russell.
With that graph you showed before with the heat pump, I've got a similar one that runs.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Do you want me to keep it up or do you want me to take it off?
Oh, yeah,
Nope.
if I can say, yeah, it's fine. You can take it off if you want, whatever. I have a similar sort of thing, but mine's programmed, which I can't change. There's a law, I think, that says any sort of static water needs to be brought to 60 degrees once a day for at least an hour.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know there was a time limit. I thought it was just the
even
temperature.
if I don't use hot water, even if I don't use hot water at all for a whole day, it still runs the aircon for the storage heater for an hour, irrespective of if I used it or not. And it shouldn't need to run for an hour if it's already hasn't been used for a whole day. That's why I didn't know how you got away with getting yours every second day.
And that's an iStore whatever, isn't it? It's the same.
Mine's a separate system where I've got a heat pump and a storage, two separate devices.
Is that the Sandon? Is that Sandon?
No, it's Eureka. No,
Eureka. Okay, yes, yeah. Oh no, Eureka sell it.
It's hang on, I'll find it.
They might just have a different setup. I did play with mine a fair bit to get it to start at 9. But I'm not certain about the law. I was aware of the 65 or 60 degrees that you have to raise the water to, which is the regulation.
Reclaim energy.
Yes. Yep. So
the CO2 air to energy system. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I do know you're supposed to heat it to at least 65 or whatever it is once a day. Of course, the irony is with people that had the old solar hearts with the electric booster, in summer, well, actually didn't matter because in summer, of course, it would always be hot. But in winter, I know quite a few people personally that would just never turn the booster on, and they just basically have lukewarm water in winter all the time. And yeah, that's obviously not ideal.
That's what I was thinking about doing for mine, just switching it on and off, like putting a timer on it and only turning it on every second day, because like it just run like, not that I really care too much because I've got so much in like
solar. Yeah,
I get so like it's just abundance, right? Like I just use energy, like I don't even care about it anymore. It's crazy. I think the last bill I had was $12, like, and I'm charging the car and I'm running the aircon day and night, and I've like, yeah. So when you've got big batteries and you've got lots of solar, you don't really consider it, but still, it's just like the reason why it's frustrating is that between that hour it's on, I have to manage my power consumption so it doesn't go above my inverter threshold, because it draws just enough where my high power wall connector, it's almost too powerful for it. I've actually got to hook up the UMC instead so I can trickle it in during that period. So if it didn't run, I could run the HPWC all day and not worry about it, whereas the UMC's got to like,
But does it not have a timer where you can tell it effectively to use solar in a certain way, so you can tell it not to start before a certain time?
Yeah, it runs between starts at 10 o'clock every day. Yeah.
Right. So with your car, couldn't you then just tell your car not to start until 1 or something?
Because what I do is I don't charge overnight. When I wake up in the morning, I check the battery capacity, and then I drain my house battery into my car as quickly as I can. And then when the sun starts coming up, I then trickle in power to match the amount, because in the afternoon, if I let the battery fill up too early, I start shedding electricity in the afternoon. So I try to put as much in the car as I can using AC power to drain the battery. And then the surplus between my inverter capacity and the amount I'm charging the car then goes to the battery, plus the straight DC from the panels go to the battery as well. And then I don't get that shedding in the afternoon. Yeah.
Russell, can I just chip in on this one?
Yeah, go, Chris.
Yeah, have any of you guys heard of a product called Charge HQ? It's an app that runs on your phone.
Yeah.
Is anybody using that?
Yep.
Because what you're actually explaining there is exactly what Charge HQ does.
Yeah, but it's only compatible with certain inverters.
Right. So yours is not a compatible inverter.
No, I've got a different brand of inverter which is not compatible. Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. Mine's not either.
No, I've been using it with my Fronius inverter, and it follows the curve perfectly. So it controls the Tesla directly. So doesn't matter what charger you're using. It just tells the car to turn the amperage up and down to match the curve on your inverter. If you have a smart meter, it matches it perfectly. If you don't have a smart meter, you can put an offset for your sort of base load. So I put a 400 watt offset, but I've just bought a smart meter, which I'm going to attach, so it'll follow perfectly to the curve. And to be perfectly honest, I pay nothing for electricity when I'm charging the car. It's fantastic.
The question I have about that is that I saw a comment, because I'm part of their Facebook group, even though I can't use the product, it's good to read about it. Someone mentioned that even with a HPWC, they were able to draw less than 5 amps through the app. You can't manually draw less than 5 amps? Is that
it depends what you're controlling. If you're controlling the charger, it's whatever the charger will go down to. If you're controlling the car,
they control the car. But no. So under the J1772 rules, which was the original charging standard, and that's then been adopted into, I forget what the number is, but it's what the Type 2 standard. The EVSE, the charger, if you call it the wall unit, can only throttle down to 6 amps, single phase or 3 phase, depending on what you're using. So a UMC or whatever can only go down, well, HPWC can only go down to 6 amps, but the car in your screen, and I think through the API, which is what Charge HQ is using, can go down to 5 amps. I don't think the API can get the car to draw less than 5 amps. Which, if it's single,
I think that's probably true, Harold.
I can do 5 from my phone. So what's curious about
as well?
If you're running 3-phase power and you want to draw less than 3.6 kilowatt, say you want to draw 2 kilowatt, you can't drop it down to 4 amps or 3 amps. But someone on the forum said they actually could do it. They had a, and that's why I was skeptical about. I don't think they got their facts right. But
no, because I just did it with that, and it's 5.
Yeah, that's
5's the minimum.
Car is 5.
So there are some chargers that I know of that will, to get the see, that's one problem with the old J1772 standard, because it was originally a single phase standard. It was considered that 5 amps single phase is very little power, so they figured that was enough low down resolution. But like Russell described, when you've got 3 phase, well, you've got 3 times the power. So effectively 5 amps 3 phase is the same as 15 amps single phase. So really, and that's 3 point whatever kilowatts. So that's one of the prices you pay if you have a 3-phase charger. And using these apps is you can only get granularity down to 3.5 kilowatts.
And every step is 700 kilowatts as well.
750,
740, whatever it is.
740 or 750 watts. Yeah, that's basically right. So it's not ideal. The problem is if you're in a I guess you could say, well, the solution would be just go single phase, Then you can go from 5 amps to 32 amps, and you've got much more granularity. The problem is, by definition, a drawing 32 amps single phase on a 3-phase house is illegal.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. So you're in a between a rock and a hard place.
What I'm finding I'm doing is, even though I've got a HPWC, which I use, fairly often, and mainly like if I'm in a bind, I've really got to charge up. It's fantastic. You just smack it on and it's fast. But I'm finding I'm plugging in my 15 amp UMC far more often because I can control it far better with those little like bits and pieces with my aircon running at home. Like I leave my aircon running all day at home just to keep the cats happy pretty much. But if I had my 3-phase one in, I couldn't charge the car all day because I couldn't throw, a small amount of energy on top of the aircon.
Yep.
So I think from a practical point of view, it'd be fantastic if there was some sort of an automated system where it like changed them over for you, or some sort of like regulator where you could choose which supply it fed from. Like that'd be fantastic.
It does, yeah. There are units out there that will swap from 3-phase down to single phase and back again, depending on how much surplus there is. And in doing it, what it does is it sort of briefly tells the car to stop charging, switches a contactor, which switches in or out the extra 2 phases, and then starts again.
Yeah,
and you can do that. But I think the newest Zappi might be able to do that, and there are a couple of other chargers that can do that.
Yeah, okay. Because I've got a Huawei system for all my solar stuff, and they just released in Europe, not in Australia yet, but a wall charger for cars, and it says it's 3-phase, single-phase crossover. So it reckons it can do both from the one charger.
Yep.
So that'd be cool. I reckon it's going to be. I really, for the cost of it, I don't think it's going to be worth it. I reckon it's just more convenient. Just like you're going to pay a lot of money. You're almost prepaying for the convenience in a way. I'd rather just not charge that day and charge at night for a pittance of.
You're not just prepaying for the convenience. You're actually prepaying all this supposedly free energy that you're collecting, and you're paying for it up front, which is crazy because, I think Pete worked on the payback period for like a Zappi at $2,000 plus install, and it's many years before you break even if it's pure solar charging on surplus, because you are basically prepaying all this so-called free energy, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Even if you had your UMC just dribbling out at 5 amps whenever it can, for most days, if your average driving is 38 k's a day, which your average West Australian car is, you don't really need to put a lot of energy back into your car every day. It's only a few kilowatt hours per day on average.
Well, on mine, I actually just used I was going to buy the wall charger, got it all sorted out with the electrician. The electrician wasn't going to skim me on the price. And then I thought, well, my solar is only 5.2 kilowatts. I'm using 400 background, fridges, etc. I've only really got about 4 kilowatts spare, 4.5 in the midst of summer, and in winter it's different. So why not just use a 15 amp charger? And if I can follow the sun, I'm going to squeeze every little bit. Now, my circumstance is different to a lot of people. I'm retired, I'm in the day, so it doesn't really matter to me. And you're right, Harold. You're only doing a few kilometres a day, so you haven't got a lot to top up. So by the time I get ready in the morning to go out, I've already topped up a little bit. So it's never really a problem. So I agree. The payback on Zappis, which I think is a wonderful piece of technology, is crazy. And we always have to balance everything, don't we? We have to balance the cost against the technology.
Then, of course, on the other hand, if you love the technology, by all means go and buy it and enjoy watching it do its magic, not for economic reasons, but for pure entertainment reasons. So for instance, you don't buy a performance Model 3 or a performance Model Y for environmental reasons. You're buying it for the fun and enjoyment it provides, our rather short lives. Because otherwise we'd buy a Akimoto or something, I don't know what, we'd get Russell to put in a bulk order for a electric tuk-tuk or something, you know. We're buying ourselves premium.
I put my hand up one of those.
We're buying ourselves premium sedans, and enjoying it, and enjoying the environmental aspects, of course. But you know, it's all about.
Well, the interesting thing on all that is the fact. I think that's the bit what's going to win the day. You can forget about the environmental side. I do it for environmental reasons, but most people don't. They're doing it for monetary reasons, or they're doing it for other reasons. And the biggest persuasion these days, how cool is it? Is it better than the other one that I've got now? And the answer, especially Tesla, is always yes. It's better on every front. So if you want to keep up with the Joneses, you're going to buy a Tesla or equivalent. And that's the bit what's going to turn the tides. It's not going to be the fact you're not spitting fumes out the back or polluting the planet. It's going to be it's better than the last one, just like your phone.
And it actually needs to be better on all measurements, so that you don't have to, like in the old days when you bought yourself an iMav or a Nissan Leaf and a few other of those cars, where you either had to have the intestinal fortitude to drive something so ugly that it almost looked beautiful because it was that but ugly.
Is that why your wife married you, Harold?
Absolutely, Russell. It was all about those Tesla shares that I was going to buy, you know, in the future, and it's all about net present value and future value. But it's, you know, in the old days you had to, if you were buying it for environmental reasons, you had to really have a strong stomach to stomach the product that was coming out, and that you were determined to save the environment in spite of looking stupid doing so. That's only my personal opinion, but you know, but it's great to be able to buy a car because it's just the best car there is, and the fact that it either saves the environment or helps to save the environment or whatever is just a great bonus, you know. I'm sure that the initial horseless carriages were vastly inferior to the average draft horse, but it didn't take long before that inferiority vanished and they were vastly superior. And I think that's where Tesla is. Tesla is superior against any other vehicle, regardless of power source.
Yeah, I've been, because now I'm at a new job and people go, oh, you know, because I put the aircon on, you know, half an hour before you get in the car and that sort of stuff. And she drives a Mercedes and she was trying to tell me how great it was. And I just started, the best thing that we've had is the charge stats. And I showed her, you know, how much I paid for a year. It was like $450. And I said, oh, you know, how many Ks I'd done? And she was just like, oh, okay. And then, you know, I said, oh, about a hybrid. I said, don't bother. You know, I said petrol or electric. And I said, and she was talking about other electric cars. I said, don't bother, just get Tesla. I said, you'll be happy. Anything else is just a car. Tesla's a joy machine. So.
Well, you mentioned the air conditioner. This is a photo that Pete took, I presume, in Melbourne.
Oh, yeah.
And I hope you can see it there.
Yep.
And you know, switch off engine to prevent noise, penalties apply. Well, people leave their engine on because of aircon. Well, if you're in a Tesla, there you go, no noise.
Yeah, I went into, you know, like the containers for change and like a drive-through one. And they're like, oh, pull up here and turn your engine off. And so I'm like, I pull up there and I got my aircon on, man. So I said, I'm cleaning the air for you. You got the diesel in front that's clean, you know.
My wife and I actually went to the COVID clinic. I don't know if it's still open, you know, where the Tesla delivery center is.
Yeah, we went there as well.
Yeah, the first thing the lady said was, can you turn off your engine? And it's like, it was never on.
I had we'll have to get an engine installed first then.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, I've got a spare one I can install.
I've just been down to Albany myself, and I love the fact that people keep coming up to me and saying, how much does it cost? Can it get to Albany? Can it do this? Can it do? And one guy said to me, I bet it costs you a fortune coming down here. I said, well, actually, I've done 2,600 kilometers cost me $26. He went, you're joking. I said, no, genuinely cost me $26. And that's because I had to use the supercharger.
Yeah.
Everything else was free. Now, that's not normal, but it's a nice one to do when people ask you the question.
I've done over 15,000 now and haven't paid 1 cent yet.
Not one?
Not 1 cent.
Wow, that's amazing. I need to come and see you.
I've got an extension cord thrown over the fence from my neighbour. That's mainly how I get away with it.
Your lamppost is a bit dim.
Yeah. Just on Paul's comment about the charge stats on your phone, which is like great. I found since the update previously, Nige, I noticed that it's very difficult to actually select the individual days now to get a reading of what the daily. You got to like tap it a few times and fuck around before it lights up. Is that just me, or is everyone having that trouble trying to select? Like,
you hold your finger over the day. And
but for how long? Like just like.
Oh no, you hold it and it shows it. If you take it off, it disappears.
Yeah, no. But if you on mine, you click it and you got to like. I'm trying to do it now. I can't actually get it to activate. Like, and then it'll just happen all of a sudden. So I don't know. It's like a.
Yeah. So can I do it live? Probably not. So just see.
Yeah. I think it must be an Android thing because you got an iPhone, haven't you?
Yeah, iPhone.
Yeah, it could be an Android thing. I know Harold's probably going to say it's your own fault, but.
No, I wouldn't say that, Russell.
You're just special.
You can't help. That's right. Yeah. You're in the Wild West, Russell. You've got an Android, so what can I say?
Yeah, I think the version of the app before this where it didn't show, it just used to show 30 days, and now it's got like the month and the year and everything.
Yep.
The version that just used to show the 30 days, it worked every single time flawlessly. Oh, hey.
Hey, Carmen.
Carmen.
Good evening.
Yeah, but now since the new update, it's for me, it's not been able. Like the effort required to actually select a day is actually quite time consuming. So
it's working for me all right on an Android. Russell.
An Android? All right.
Yeah, with the latest, I just have to hold down on that date, and you've got to get it on the graph bar. Like you're clicking anywhere else other than on one of the graph bars doesn't select it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's really touchy, isn't it? You can't.
It is a bit touchy, yeah. But.
Yeah. All right. Cool. All right.
Badly written app, probably. I mean, they should just have the touch area a little bit bigger for
people with glasses.
Yeah, especially with my fake nails and stuff. It's hard to really get in the.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Trim your nails, Russell. Come on, seriously.
Years ago, I wrote touchscreen software, and it worked fine in Australia. But our US clients complained that they were hitting two buttons at once, and we couldn't work out what it was. And then I visited them, and I watched in the meeting room, and I realised it was just their fat fingers were actually hitting two buttons at once. So I added an extra 10 pixels between buttons and fixed it.
Or they could just eat less, but I didn't say that.
Oh.
Russell, can I just suggest something from your earlier comments about HEPA filters? Put a B in front of your name. Brussels. Brussels.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I actually don't mind a bit of roasted Brussels sprouts.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not good for everybody else, though.
Bit of garlic.
With bacon. Only with
garlic
bacon.
and butter.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah. Actually, with the updates, the last update with the car, I noticed with the navigation, with it splitting, it has like your whatever one you're coming up to, and now it's showing directly below it, it's showing what lane you need to be in and that sort of stuff as well for the next one. So I was like, and then at the bottom it shows the rest of it. So I was just very impressed that, it just keeps improving, and it got a little bit bigger, like the words and the numbers and stuff were slightly bigger now. So because Leonie's been complaining about it being
the
too
thing
small.
that I still want to whinge about is the speed. Your speed is the font of that is still too small, or at least it's too. It isn't bigger enough to tell the difference between it and your cruise control speed, because you basically got two 70s that look the same, and or two numbers that look almost the same, and it's hard to work out which one is the one you're actually doing, as opposed to what you're setting.
Do you reckon that there is an imminent release that will actually properly be able to slow the car down when we enter different speed zones when we're on autopilot? Because it's quite frustrating, and I can see situations where it does work, but I don't think it works because it's doing what I want it to do. It's doing it because it's like, okay, it's a 60 zone and you're going 100. I can't work in autopilot in a 60 zone going 100, so I'm going to slow you down to 60. That's why it's working, not because it like knows it should have slowed down. It's like, I'm not programmed to go this fast in this zone.
And I've been finding in the morning with the light, you know, with the sun coming up, the car's now getting in blue saying autopilot will reduce speed due to lack of visibility.
Yeah.
Well, and I was like, okay. Sorry, go.
Russell, that issue is that there's a couple of things there. Like you go on a road trip and you go through all these small country towns and the car will dutifully slow down as it sees the speed limits change down. It'll do the 30 or the 50 or the 40, whatever it is, through the town, and then it will speed back up again. But if you do that in Perth or Mandurah or Bunbury, because it knows it's in a built-up area like a city, it just refuses to do that same behaviour, which is really frustrating.
Yeah,
except for a few rare locations on Tonkin Highway, it'll go up and down, or there's a couple of very rare places. But it's just a stupid policy of Tesla, to be frank with Tesla. But the other thing it needs to do too is, as we know, the speed limit, that the legislation is written that when you see a speed limit sign that is slower than what you're doing, you've got to be at that speed by the time you cross that sign. You can't be at 100, see a 70 sign, wait till you go past the 70 sign and then slowly decrease to 70, which is what your car normally does. You've got to be at 70 when you see the sign.
I reckon it's it's almost like the middle range management that sucks, because if you have advanced autopilot on and you're getting off at the exit that's 3 kilometers up the road, it will sit in the middle lane and wait until you're like 500 meters away and then go, oh, no, you got to cross now and there's all cars in the way. Like, if you just moved across like 2 kilometers ago, it wouldn't have been a problem. But instead it's like, oh, I need to go now. It's like fucking slowing down and trying to get in. And it's just like fucking stupid thing. Like, it's almost like it's trying to be too clever for its own good.
Yeah.
It's worse than that, Russell. I've gone down the freeways going south, and my exit is the Manning Road exit, and I've been in the middle lane of 3, and you should be in the left lane, and about less than a kilometre away from the off ramp, the car has suggested that I go into the right lane, and it's it's nuts, because you now have to go across 2 lanes, and it's like, it's just wrong. But unfortunately, I mean, I've got an in-betweeny car, so I don't have enhanced autopilot or FSD. And of course, we lost our free trial yesterday. So we're back to manual, semi-manual driving
I never
on
tried
autopilot.
it. I forgot to ask what to do.
Oh, don't worry about it. Carmen, it's gone now. So
I know. I got the notice.
I've had mine purchased since they released the ability to buy it separately from the full self-driving. I bought it like pretty much straight away. I use it like all the time for lane changes.
Yep.
So when you spoke about speed before, like, I don't really look at the speed too much anymore, because I just go autopilot and it's the speed it is, or I'm going so fast it doesn't matter what speed I'm going because I'm going to jail. They're the 2 speeds I go. So
what? So you go off with a warning or straight to jail? It doesn't matter. Like, you're playing Monopoly. You're either right.
Yeah. Do not pass
So
go.
I find that the auto lane change is like so much more of a safety feature than what I originally anticipated. Originally, I thought, oh, this is just like cool and fun and you can change lanes or whatever, but you just hit the indicator and you sit there, and if there's someone there, it's not going to go, and if it's free, it goes, and you don't even have to worry about, like, have I checked my blind spot? Obviously, you still do, but the fact it moves, you've got confidence that there's no one there. And I've been caught out before where I want to turn, I've hit the indicator, and it's like flash red. I'm like, oh, there's a car right there, and normally I might have, turned into it. So potentially for some people, it might be a far better safety precautionary thing to get that like it'll save them money because they have to pay their excess when they have a crash, potentially the $5,000 it cost them. The other features as well that come with it, you don't really use as much. I mean, whenever I go to Bunnings now, I park right down the back just so I can call the car to me when I walk out of Bunnings, just to like make everyone look. But realistically, until they can make it go the other way and park for you, I'm probably not really going to use it that much.
Yeah.
The parking is like abhorrent, like it's not really functional. So
Too slow.
I'm too nervous about like, especially like just reverse parking. That's terrible. Like it's so bad. It ends up being crooked. And then parallel parking is okay, but it gets so close to the curb sometimes. And other times it's like crooked. I don't even use it anymore. So it's really, I bought the enhanced autopilot purely for that auto lane change ability. And I don't even really use the auto lane change on freeways. I switch it off. It's just the auto lane change.
You use the semi-auto, so where you just indicate.
Indicate.
Yeah, you got it on autopilot.
And I noticed when people recently had that free trial, people were complaining about, it doesn't turn or whatever. It took me probably a couple of weeks to really get the hang of how to make it work properly and when to provide steering input to make the computer know that you're there. Because if you just don't have your hands on the wheel and you hit the indicator, it's not going to go. You've got to give it a little bit of feedback at the same time as you're doing it, just so it knows you're there. Otherwise, it just will refuse to turn. So I think there's a compromise in it as well. I find it really easy to use now. My wife still refuses to use it. She only uses like just cruise control and that's it. She doesn't use any autopilot or anything like that. But for me, like it's like when you're reaching around, like trying to like smack a kid or whatever in the back seat or whatever, and knowing that the car is just going to be where it needs to be and you're not going to drive off the road, it's really comforting to know. Even though you're not meant to be, like in reality, like it can perform that function most of the time. And you're less likely to be in an accident from being distracted than if you didn't have it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I was in the camp of, that's a bunch of bullshit. Straight autopilot, that's really good. You don't need the other stuff. But now that they've taken it away, because all I mainly use it was straight autopilot, but then I'd indicate and have my hand on the steering wheel here, and then it, like you said, it'd just do it. Now that it's been taken away, I've gone, those bastards, those sneaky bastards. now I'm thinking about it, and I'm normally like, nah. So they were very smart doing that.
The one I like is the standard summon, where you can send it into your garage and bring it back out again. I mean, to me, I'd pay just for that alone.
Yeah.
So I wish they'd separate that.
Actually,
I use that function,
that was good.
So I get my car detailed every second week. And when they finish up, they put the black stuff on your tires to make it all shiny. And what they get me to do, they do half of it. And I just go on the app and reverse the car so they can do the bottom half as well without having to move it. So that's
when I wash the car, I move the car back and forwards and don't move the hose pipe.
Yeah, okay.
Because I'm so lazy. But I do it for the tires because then, like you say, you wash all the car and then you move the car and there's a little tiny bit at the bottom that you haven't been able to clean. Now I can move the car, clean the tire.
I want someone to do a video.
I'll pay $5,000.
I want someone to do a video where they set up like a soaker hose on the perimeter of their garage or something, and then they just summon their car in and out to like put soapy water on it, then rinse it, and then wash it, and whatever.
Like a automatic car wash.
Like a car wash.
Oh, you should suggest that to Elon. Car wash mode.
Car wash mode.
They do have car wash mode.
They do.
Well, they do, yeah. That's where it goes into neutral.
Yeah,
that's right.
Cool idea.
Very
and
cool.
there'd be an aftermarket car wash thing that you could put over your car with all the jets on it.
Yes, exactly. And then the car moves itself. So rather than moving your apparatus, the whole car just moves. Perfect.
We've done
So
it. We'll patent that next week.
So a question for the future. So as we're getting like, so many Teslas on the road in Perth now that they're essentially the new Camry, the availability of these, free charging locations and EV parking spots and stuff like that, do you see there being an increase or a decrease in the actual numbers of those locations? Because at the moment, there's tokenistic numbers of charging locations where, like a parking station would say, oh, there's 2 spots there for EV parking or charging, whatever they want to call it.
Yeah.
And before, like, it was enough for the, handful of people that owned electric vehicles in WA. Now that you could realistically have every parking lot in Perth have at least a handful of cars in them and still, have some left over, is it less likely that they're going to be introducing more spots, or more likely they'll have more spots, you think?
Do you mean free charging, or do you mean just charging of any sort, like
I
paid
mean
charging?
any sort. So because at the moment they've got dedicated bays where you can go and charge, right? And it's like when you have accessible parking or mums with prams or old people parking, whatever, there's only the proportion of how many people would park there versus how many spots is like way out of whack. Like if you're a mum with a pram, you probably that's every second car in a shopping centre during the week, and there's like 3 spots, right? So is the same thing going to be with EVs, where they just stop putting them down altogether because there's just so many of them, it doesn't really make any difference?
I think there'll be look, we're going to get more public charging locations. We're going to get a lot less free ones because that ship is starting to sail. And if you compare, we're an immature market, but you compare a mature market like in Europe, and I saw I saw 0 AC charging locations that were free anymore. They used to have them. The shops used to have them for patrons, but they've all gone. That's all paid model now.
People driving from Mandurah up to like Northbridge just to get a couple of kilowatts in before they head back to Mandurah again.
Well, exactly. So it's so I think that's going to change, and it has to, because look, I live near, well, not that close, but I'm sort of nearish to Riverton Forum, and there are 2 HPWCs, although one's often broken, and they're just flooded with Teslas, and there's a couple of owners in particular, one of whom actually works there, so he's on that all the time, and that's just not sustainable, because you get the tragedy of the commons, where if you're going to have Teslas as common as Camrys, then you'll just get frustrated. You're not going to drive there to plug in because there'll always be someone else there.
I don't believe in free charging at all. Everything should be a cost, and it's going to limit that stupid behaviour.
Yep. Yes, and if there's and that's exactly what happened. When Tesla put the at the Karrinyup.
Yeah, the Karrinyup shopping centre.
Yeah, not the shopping centre, the little shopping centre where the IGA is down the road on Karrinyup Road.
That had the Gwelup one.
The Gwelup one that had a free Tritium 50 kilowatt charger, and that was absolutely being raped and pillaged while it was free. As soon as they turned on the meter and charged money for it, you could get a charge no problem. So that's the best way to stop that. But they do have to address, and it is being addressed, they have to address the situation where you're not in your own house. There's a couple of things. If you're renting, what do you do? But of course, as we know, you can just plug into 10 amps, and for most people, unless you've got a really heavy use case for your car, that'll be fine. But they're addressing it for unit developments. So multi-story units, you've got to have EV charging in the underground car park for the residents, because otherwise it's quite sucky if you have to charge your car like you do a petrol engined thing where you refuel, because then you really want an ultra fast DC charger so you can charge the car while you're waiting, which is pretty inconvenient. So you really got to solve, that's the situation you got to solve, is off-street parking or lack of off-street parking, like in units and strata complexes. But the law is changing, and the building regulations is changing to ensure that new buildings accommodate EVs, or at least have the provision to accommodate more EVs into the future.
Yeah, so if you're in a strata complex or a unit facility or whatever, which has heaps of parking bays, like 100 bays or whatever for the complex, whether it's like multi-story or basement or ground floor or whatever, every parking location would have a metered connection to the unit that owns that parking spot.
Well, no. There's a
some-
proportion. So for example, I have first-hand knowledge of a unit development. I think it's called the Precinct in Mount Pleasant, and I don't know how many bays there are in total, but there are 50 EV charging units, EVSEs, and for use for the residents. They're untethered Type 2s, and they use the same Prox card that they use to get into the foyer to activate the chargers, and then they get charged to their account for the energy that they use, albeit it's at a discount. So it's at a
Are you allowed to
low
park
cost.
there overnight and just leave it, or do you only park there when you charge, or like it's 50? If there's a complex
No,
of
no,
100,
these you can just stay plugged in all night,
Yeah.
because you basically plug in and go home, which is in your unit.
Yeah, so if there's 50 chargers and say there's 100 units, and there's 75 people with ICE cars and 25 with
Best in, best dressed.
electric cars, they just park in any spot they want, even if they're ICE
No,
cars.
I think they have allocated parking. So you get an allocation, you get like 2 bays, depending on how many bedrooms a unit has. So you have a certain number of bays. So I guess you could say some of those charges would be effectively exclusive to you.
Yeah.
Or
if
you might
had,
have
like,
to
2
share.
bays, you might have one charger between 2 bays for your unit. So
Yes.
essentially, every
Yes.
unit there would have a charger that they could access.
Roughly speaking, or you might have to share it between 2 units.
But then you pay with your key card anyway, so it doesn't really matter, right? As long as
Precisely,
you swipe
yes.
it, then you're good.
Yes. So
Yeah.
so you swipe your key card. There's a system that hooks onto the building management system, which then sorts out billing, and then it just becomes a line item on underneath your strata costs and your water cost and all that sort of stuff.
So it won't be
So is that expensive or something for that? Because I've got friends that they live in an apartment complex on Langley Park, and they're currently going through that sort of thing of trying to work out a proper system.
It's difficult if you're retrofitting, because none of those. If you're building it from new, it's quite easy, because a lot of the cost comes in all the wiring, because you can't just shove a conduit willy nilly, because when you do it properly, you'll already have cable trays organized. You'll already have penetrations into the slabs. You don't have to worry about aerial clearance. So, you can't just drill a hole through a load bearing beam and whatever.
Switchboard capacity as well.
And its capacity. I know of a place that they allocated a lot of extra. I think it was like 500 amps per phase. Actually 2 lots. I think it's like nearly 1,000 amps per phase just for car charging. But because of the way they actually did it in the first place, every charger location had I think it was only 16 amps single phase, because of the way they wired it. So each car got very little power, but they had to buy a lot of extra capacity, because 1,000 amps per phase is a lot for a building, but not much of that was being used for actually charging each car. So you've got to be careful with the design. But retrofitting is always difficult. If you've got one EV, it's okay, because you go to the strata company and say, look, can you hook in a circuit? Well, they've got to basically get a meter that you pay for and run a separate circuit to that charger, to your bay. And that's expensive.
I figured as much. Yeah, because they started getting Teslas, and they were just plugging into the 10 amps amongst all the other stuff.
When I went to the Gold
they
Coast,
all lost their shit.
Yeah, when I went to the Gold Coast and I hired a Tesla, of course, and it's funny because the building was called Synergy. It wasn't the same spelling, different, not WA Synergy, but all of the 10 amp GPOs, they actually had a lid over it and a padlock. And I think that was to stop Tesla owners from plugging in. Yeah. So you get the tragedy of the commons. The people are human beings, being what they are. They're fond of getting something for nothing. Yeah, best things in life are free.
Well, on that subject, Harold, one of my thoughts about how we need to move forward is that we have problems with grid overload in the daytime, It's a major problem in WA, not in a lot of places around the world, but we certainly have that problem. Now, I am amazed that the government, with this new project they're doing,
Symphony, or you mean
the I can't remember the
EV highway, the WA EV network.
Yeah, but they're also talking about the actual charging side and stuff like that. So they've got an overarching project, and I can't remember what it's called. But basically, looking at all future power needs. And one of the things I can't work out is why they haven't picked up on the fact that if you made a few chargers around the city in places that people worked free to charge, people would mop up spare electricity off the grid. So the solar problem that we have at the moment, where they've already passed legislation to be able to turn your inverters off in high demand problems, that would go out the window because you could just use the EVs as sponges, and
yes,
they control those charges for that reason only. So it would be best effort. It wouldn't be guaranteed. It would be free, best effort. If we can give you power, we'll give it you to save us and to build the grid out. If we can't, we won't. At least you'll be getting something, and it's free and people will use it. But that takes a bit of thought.
No, well, in fact, the logical thing to do is to do to car chargers what they've done to solar systems, new solar systems actually, so not the old ones, but the new ones, is to have centralized override control. So what you want to do with an EV charger is obviously allow it to charge during the daytime because that's the best time to charge because you're soaking up the surplus solar, but also to ban and stop the chargers from charging on the shoulders, on the peak shoulders, because that's when the duck curve is at its worst. So the government ought to, or the regulators ought to actually control the charges so that people, when they plug in at 5 p.m. when they get home, the car does not charge there and then, regardless of what the tariff is. It waits until either overnight. Well, in fact, most working people have to charge at, between the time they arrive home after work and before they leave to go to work, if they're charging at home. So the best way to do that is stop the chargers from charging at 5 p.m. at the worst part of the duck curve, and charge, on the overnight, shoulder period, or incentivize having workplace charges. So that if you're at your workplace, where your car's parked out and at your workplace, there is a good deal for you and your workplace and Synergy and whoever to incentivize the installation and running of those sort of charges. So you can soak up.
That's the sort of thing that needs to happen. Because if you don't do that, all we're going to be doing is building out grids that we don't really need to build out because we're using short-sighted
yes,
project
but
management.
I wouldn't be surprised if the government didn't mandate that chargers installed sometime into the future need to be compliant with remote management, just like all solar inverters that are installed in WA have to be compliant with remote management so that they can be abated. And again, it's only a few times a year. It's going to be, on a Sunday, on a mild spring or autumn Sunday, lunchtime, where, industry is mostly, not as active as it normally would be. And, you've got mild conditions and they've got to just basically throttle back people's solar just on those few occasions. But the EVs...
I agree with you on that, Darryl, because it's logical that at some point it's going to go that way, and that might be part of the vehicle to grid stuff that eventually in 5 or 6 years starts to get traction. But at the moment, the problem is more simplistic. We have too much solar in the day. What can we use? Well, incentivize it, make it free, and then people will. And if you know that you can only get it from 9 till 3, and it might be turned on and off, well, you do it because you don't need that much charge, and you're willing to take the risk.
Yeah, but I think making something free, it still distorts the market. The problem is, And I know sometimes the wholesale price can go negative. It actually costs money to produce because it's going to pull the grid down, so they have to make the price go negative. But you shouldn't have something for free. I know that sounds generally as a policy.
Give us access to the spot price, and the market will sort
Yes.
itself out anyway. That's what it comes down to.
Yep.
Because then,
Well, that's right.
People will be much financially, because right now buying a battery isn't really a financial decision. Like, honestly, it's not.
Yes. Yep.
Unless you're like smashing it like I do, potentially. But that would then open up a whole gamut of like opportunities where all of a sudden batteries are like paying themselves off in a couple of years because you can arbitrage the energy, and the reliance on the government to install huge battery projects is minimized because residents are taking care of their energy needs. Like, I could essentially go off the grid now, and 95% of the time I'm going to be fine.
That's right. So, I mean, Tesla could help this because if AEMO exposed Tesla, well, in fact, Tesla has the AEMO spot market price and all that sort of stuff. If Tesla owners could join that wholesale market, or at least get exposed to cost plus, so plus a margin or whatever, then you could just plug your Tesla into any charger, and Tesla could centrally control the charging on your behalf according to market forces. Whereby if Tesla sees that the market price has gone negative, it could suddenly turn on every car that's plugged in and earn money by sucking up this surplus electricity. And then at an instant, if a cloud comes over or whatever, could stop charging, or it could charge in the middle of the night if something happened and there was too much wind, and you could just soak that up. Or when there's a desperate shortage, it could just basically turn everything off. And for that, to the government and to us for almost no cost, and actually make money for themselves and for us. And that doesn't need advanced charging equipment, communications, anything.
Is it because the government's so sunk cost into the energy market at the moment, they can't afford to really be taking these decisions because the cost associated with your energy is going to be so much more extreme than what it is now? Like, we're already subsidizing the power plants in WA, right? Heavily. We're only paying 30 cents a kilowatt hour. The cost of production for the power plants in WA, it needs to run at 70%. It's run at like 30%. Like, it's not making money at all. So to add an extra compounding factor where we're going to be taking more money out of the market, is it going to, affect the balance sheet for the state government even more than what they're already subsidizing?
Well, no, the thing is, the big issue is if you open up the open NEM, which is this is Western Australia's wholesale market, and you just look in the daily. The problem is you're trying to throttle. See how the black stuff is coal, and they're forced to basically on a daily basis ramp coal up and down according to when you've got plenty of solar, you've got to ramp it down, and then at night time you've got to ramp it up, and you can't do that. You can't do that.
These coal stations, they're not making money even when they're ramping up.
No, they're losing money.
That black has to be like 70% of the production. It's got to be like way more than that to even start making money.
Well, see, in the past, everyone knows, any power station controller knows that on coal-fired power stations, you just set them as a base load. You just set them at whatever it is, 80% or whatever, and you just leave them and don't play with them. Don't throttle them up, don't throttle them down. But unfortunately, they're forced to have to keep doing this dance of throttling up and down as solar comes and goes. I don't quite know what happened there.
The power plants that are producing that energy from black coal, their full capacity, if they had to give everything they got, they could say all the solar, all the wind, all the gas came out of the market. Doesn't it sit at like 3,000 or something? That's what the black coal can produce in WA?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. So if it's not operating within 70% of that 3,000, they're not making any money. Like, it breaks even at 70% of capacity of a power station. So right now they're running it, let's just say optimistically, below 50%, right?
Yep.
We're essentially paying for the maintenance, upkeep of everything that's not actually performing the undertaking it was designed to do.
Which is why.
Yeah, the sooner the batteries can act as like inertia and act as baseload, then that can be shut down, and then the whole energy market is going to be essentially like cost would, like if we can sell energy back to them for 2.5 cents, like why can't they provide us energy for 2.5 cents? You know, like.
Yep. So the WA government's obviously already announced that they're going to shut down, well, all of the state-owned, so that's the Synergy coal-fired power stations at Muja, and I think they're all at Muja. There is one other one that's privately owned that's not affected, but they're going to shut them down by the end of this decade. So they've got to transition. And you're right. I mean, as Tesla have said, and I think Elon Musk said this, the demand for stationary storage, megapacks and the like, is going through the roof because it's cheaper to install a megapack system than it is to install a gas-fired peaking plant. And that's cheaper today. So if you needed another peaker plant, so if you look at, this, the green is gas. The green is wind. Sorry, where's gas?
The gas is
the orange. It's the light orange. Oh, there's open cycle and combined cycle. But basically, this is the bit that can throttle quite quickly, and a lot of that can be provided with battery storage. So all of this, because all of this solar is going to increasingly.
The issue before was around how batteries couldn't provide grid inertia, right? But earlier, like late last year, Tesla solved that with the virtual inertia.
Exactly.
Right? So now that worry about the phases going out and the cycles all being fucked or whatever is no longer a problem, because they can actually manage that far better than what a baseload generator at the moment can do anyway, because it's like electronic rather than like physical in a way.
That's right. Well, they actually had spinning reserve, which literally relied on the inertia of the mass of the spinning object from, for at least dozens of milliseconds or thousands of milliseconds, or let's call it a few seconds, to provide frequency stability when there's an upset, like a disturbance. But yeah, the battery, the inverters now are so fast, and Tesla's proven it, and they've done tests, that it is classified as spinning reserve, and gets paid to be spinning reserve, and it can go.
The spinning, the reserve plants in the privately owned ones, like the ones in Alcoa and stuff, though they get paid. I'm not going to say the exact number because I don't know what exactly, but it's like millions of dollars a year, right?
Yep.
To be on standby in case there's an event where they're required. And
they are tested, and they actually do get tested, and they are told you've got to basically spool up and prove that you can run at your nameplate to provide to the grid. So they do those tests.
And I don't know if it's like they never get called on. Like we're essentially
hardly
paying,
Yes, it's insurance. It's basically, if there's an event, we want to know that we've got stuff, and they've admitted, and it costs dozens upon dozens of millions of dollars a year. I think there's that gas-fired station near Yanchep, which hardly ever turns on ever, but that's the whole point. It's insurance against that black swan event or
the money they're
disturbance.
spending on that.
Yep.
The capacity they could build out in battery storage would be far more significant than the power capacity they could generate those stations.
Yes.
And the operational expenditure of those same sites would essentially be comparatively zero compared to what the operational expenditure of a gas-fired plant would be.
That's right, because if you're not using a gas-fired plant, you still have to do oil changes. You still have to run it for short periods of time to keep things lubricated and all that sort of stuff. And batteries, you don't need to do that. And I mean, the real solution is gigawatt hour upon gigawatt hour of battery storage, so that you've got solar in the daytime, wind at all sorts of times of the day, and run most of it that way.
You know the series that Tony Sievert put out a few months ago, and he had that, like, I think it was like 5 or 6 parts. In that one, he was talking about studies they'd done around the world to try and figure out how much reserve capacity they needed depending on the climate and the location and whatever. And the numbers that came up with were surprisingly low compared to what I thought they'd need. So in a place like Australia, the actual above and beyond capacity for like a 1 in a million style event isn't as like humongous as what people might think.
Yep.
So the difference between everyday load and worst load is far easier to manage with battery storage than what it is with traditional like oil and gas powered power stations.
Yep.
Because
I thought of you today, Carbon, because this is my new.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, I think there's still going to be there needs to be a transition between like when some shut down and some ramp up, because you can't just like expect you're going to have all this stuff set up overnight. So there's still going to be a need to have power plants into the future for a period of time until they can be replaced. But there's no reason why they can't be starting to be replaced now. That's the problem. And because they've only committed to shutting down Collie in 2030 or whatever it is, like
by the end of 2030.
Why is it so hard to put battery capacity? Like it takes less than a couple of months. Like you saw in Adelaide how fast they put that together, 100 days or whatever it was. Like you could build out metro area in Perth or even the Southwest Energy Network, whatever it is, probably in less than 2 years, realistically, in terms of battery capacity, if you had supply, based on how fast they put it in Adelaide. Like, why is it taking like so long to get such an easy solution? It's just it's frustrating to hell. Like the amount that I guess where there's cash, there's corruption, right? So there has to be payouts.
No, it's not corruption. No, it's the easiest. If you're a manager, and the easiest thing is to say no. Just say, let's just do what we've always been doing because that's worked well so far. And if you change something, you take a risk of it not working out the way you thought or whatever. And like you said, it's only been the last year or so that Tesla has proven what we all probably really knew anyway, or at least some of us, that yes, you could use inverters as spinning reserve, but that wasn't, well, for instance, when the big battery first came out in Adelaide or in Hornsdale, AEMO, the shortest period of time that you could get paid to bring supply online was 6 seconds. So that was because that's sort of how long it took a gas-fired power station to start up, was 6 seconds. That was the absolute shortest time that AEMO could say, we want you to turn on, and then we'll give you 6 seconds, and then we'll start paying you for that electricity. Well, Hornsdale turned on in a few milliseconds. So they weren't actually getting paid for a lot of their services because they always lose the first 6 seconds. But now that's changed. They've changed the legislation or changed the rules and allowed them to get paid for that. So they're all evolving. Everything's all a little bit new. But you're right. Just go and order, I don't know, 1 million. Or not 1 million, I don't know, 100,000 megapacks or whatever it is. Just run the numbers.
About buying large batteries, as they were as buying fucking rat tests in WA government, would be the most battery fucking dependent state in all of the world, I reckon. Like,
yeah, well, if you could turn rats into,
no one's going to complain about that. Fucking go mental, buy as many as you can. Like,
yeah, I know, yeah. Yeah.
And then when they come and you're a savior, then you get re-elected for another term, and everyone's going to go, my energy bills are zero. Cool, I'm going to vote you in again. If that's all they're after, getting voted back in, there you go, do that. No one cares about how many fucking rat tests you buy now. That's stupid. I kid you not, there is container upon container of these fucking rat tests at the moment. They're all about to expire, and they're everywhere. There's people getting paid to hand them out at events, and there's literally boxes upon boxes of these things being it's absolutely absurd.
The person who designed the rat test has just paid 16.5 million for a house in Jutland. Right. In Dublin. Really?
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm pretty sure
allegedly.
the government paid way more than that for the number of tests they bought. Speaking about tests, because I have to go to India this week and I'm transiting through Singapore, I've got to do a PCR before I leave, because India have a rule that any traveller that goes through a particular country needs to have a PCR. So because I'm traveling through Singapore, I need to get a PCR 72 hours before I enter India, which is ridiculous because like I'm testing in Australia. So yeah, whatever. But $160.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, $145, right? If that's how much the government was getting paid every time they did a PCR test at a drive-through station, the amount of money that these companies would have made is absolutely beyond even like I can't even fathom how much
it's
money it would have
hundreds
made.
it's hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars that's been expended in testing. But the thing is, the reagents aren't free. There is a cost, and the PCR equipment itself, it's stupendously sensitive and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it does. That's why you can't get a PCR without a prescription. Basically, you've got to go to a doctor to get one.
Well, I mean, you can get them yourself if
for
you pay
free.
your own money.
Oh yes, but I mean, if you want to get it for free, or it's not for free because everything that's for free, someone's paying for it. It's a big cost. It's huge.
Because they were putting like thousands of people through a day, weren't they? Like sometimes
Yes.
multiple thousands of people getting PCRs.
Yes.
That's like
Yep.
$1 million a day worth of like PCR tests. Millions of dollars a day.
Absolutely. And back in the day, they would measure the effectiveness of the testing. If your positivity rate was like only 1 or 2%, that meant you had a really good coverage. But when the positivity rate went to like 30%, they knew that the number of real cases was just ginormous, because it relies on having a very small proportion actually testing positive to be accurate. But yeah, no, the money that's been spent. I heard a report, and we're sort of going a little bit off topic, but anyway, it is Ask Us Anything. I heard a report that the absenteeism that's occurring now, because there's more COVID, there's more deaths this year last year than the year before, and all that sort of stuff. The amount of absenteeism being caused by it is more than our annual immigration. So we've got a skill shortage, and we're bringing in 120,000 people. Well, something like 100,000 odd people are sick at any point in time just due to COVID today. So just to replace that population of people, you need to double the immigration rate. Just because of absenteeism. And I mean, anyone that goes in a workplace, you know that if you employ people, you're going to lose a portion of them for nearly a week, fairly regularly, and that's above and beyond a cold or a sniffle or other stuff. But anyway, but yeah, if you could power the economy with rat tests, WA, we'd be powering ahead. Just
I've never understood why they tested rats. Why did they test people? It would have been a lot better.
Exactly.
I went to the cricket the other night to watch the Scorchers. Probably should have worn my top tonight. And yeah, on the way out, there was just boxes and boxes, just like tests everywhere. You couldn't walk like 5 meters without running into a freaking rat test. So there's definitely like so much around. Oh, it's just frustrating because really do people even do tests anymore? Like is it even a thing anymore? I don't know. If you're sick, you stay at home. If you don't,
At the tennis, I heard that their rule is, because they follow the Australian rule, which is kind of no rule, that a tennis player could still play in the Australian Open even though they tested positive, because there's no strict requirement to do anything. You should. There's a recommendation, but not a requirement. But let's get on to other things that are plentiful but valuable, and that is Tesla's share price, which it hasn't opened yet, but it's going to. Its pre-open is it's only down $350, so that's not too bad. $140, still on sale. But there you go. So Carmen, Russell was regaling us with the fact that he bought quite a few shares at $106, that's a best effort. What was their 12-month low?
105. Oh well, no, sorry.
Wow.
So it closed higher than 106, but it fell to 105 in that day.
So that's an intraday. So Tesla's 12-month low
It was actually $106.90 because I want to get 69 in there.
Oh.
Gotcha.
Oh.
Well, you're
Wow.
about $4 and a bit of change off their 12-month low of $101.81. So that was the epitome of what you could have done. But that's still $106 is a
That's
good
awesome. Yeah.
that's a good price.
And Carmen, it was all my superannuation,
Oh,
like everything, like every single cent that I had.
yeah.
left.
So
Good for
so
you.
we're gonna not preface. I don't know what you call after us with this.
The previous comments were general in nature
Oh, you've already
and
played-
shouldn't be taken as personal professional advice. Listeners
Ross,
should
I
seek
didn't-
their own independent assessment from a
Bullshit. Sorry.
Ross, I didn't know you could do that. That you could take your super out and do
No,
it. Is
no,
that if you
no,
have your
so-
self-managed super fund?
Yeah.
can,
So
yeah.
I had a bit of foresight back in. It takes a while to do. Back in sort of October-ish, I went down to the path of creating my own self-managed fund, and then once you essentially have it, you can do whatever the hell you want, but within reason, obviously, like within the law. But I guess the problem I had was I was buying shares with. When I was buying shares before, I always had the intent to keep it forever. I'm never going to sell them, right? But I was buying with money that I had already paid tax on, and then when I want to cash it in, I pay tax on it again. So I'm paying like through the nose, right? When you're
Sounds familiar.
purchasing shares through a super fund, the tax ramifications are far lower.
Yeah,
So
right.
not only are you allowed to essentially top up your superannuation through your employer, and you only have to pay like less tax,
10%.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
You can actually also retrospectively add money in up to 3 years prior, as long as it's not above 25,000 or something.
Yeah.
But I think there's also a maximum amount of money your superannuation can be worth before. Yeah, I think it's like $1 million or something. I don't know.
No, it's about 1.2 or
11.5.
something,
Yeah. It's about 1.5.
or
Yeah, so
1.5.
So what I'm not sure about just yet, because I meant to have read all the stuff about doing it, but it's not really high priority for me. But I didn't know whether it's the value or the money that's gone into it. So if I put
Value.
if I put $2 in and the share price goes up 2 million%,
Yep.
that I can't do anything more, right?
Yeah.
No, if it goes above the 1.5 million or whatever the threshold is, you're obliged to fix that within a fairly limited amount of time. So you might have to do a Cathy Wood and pull some money, sell some shares or transfer them out of your super fund, which then means they no longer become concessional. So then you'll have a tax problem.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter because you've got $1.5 million of Tesla shares in your super fund, so it won't matter.
Yeah, but if it keeps growing and growing, you're then essentially funding your lifestyle by selling your excess superannuation.
Unless you're the
Yes.
magic age, and then you can withdraw it tax-free.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so
you got to
the
wait
thing for
until
me-
yeah.
The thing for me is
That's a nice
so
problem to
obviously
have.
this isn't for everyone, but the reason why I was happy to like risk it all is because I don't need my superannuation. Like my other assets, I know when I'm old enough is going to be enough for me to be fine with.
Yep.
So because my superannuation rate is so like take it or leave it, I'm happy to go all in risk.
Yep.
Either zero or living next door to
Yeah.
Harold in wherever he's buying his next Hawaiian beach house.
I should change my name to Alan. Then we could go to Jutland Parade.
Right.
I'll be Christopher Skase and you can be Alan Bond.
Yeah, but they're both dead. That's awkward.
Yes, I don't know that you want to be either of those, quite frankly.
No.
Yeah.
They're both dead. But yeah, you're right, Russell. It's because super, in a sense, you don't need it to live. You can afford to actually be a bit more risky with it. And the thing is, you could always say, well, is buying a single company's shares a good thing to do because it should be divested? Of course, you can mount the argument that Tesla actually is a diversified company because it's not just electric cars, it's also battery storage. Look, we haven't even discussed
robots.
Yeah,
AI.
the robot. What's it called? The Tesla bot. We haven't even, that's still so far into the future, sort of, that we don't even know what that's going to do to the whole economy, for that matter, and for Tesla.
The economy of the world could be Tesla shares.
Well,
Well, not
Could be
everyone
base currency of
agrees.
the world.
Not everyone agrees with that theory. It's
I don't
still
agree with that theory either,
overvalued. They're still overvalued.
what's that? Tesla?
No, the shares.
Yes, Tesla shares are overvalued.
Not really.
That's up to analysts.
Remember Omni Consumer Products from RoboCop? It was like, Tesla often reminds me of it, because it's like, but if you want an opinion, just buy more stock. And it being this dystopian Detroit of the future, where if you wanted any say in anything, you had to become a shareholder.
Ah, yes, yeah. Well, the thing is, Tesla have disrupted. Well, they've totally disrupted the automotive market. Well, and the thing is, most of the market don't know it yet, or maybe they know it and they're just not admitting to it. Toyota up until very recently have tried to suppress EVs because it's just not in their interest. They're the world's biggest car maker, and they don't have any EVs.
And do you know what's interesting is that, ROEV would be one mob converting Hiluxes and Rangers. SEA Electric are doing the same, with another 8,500. So it's like, I wonder if we might get to the point where all Toyota are doing are basically building Land Cruiser and Hilux, rolling chassis without engines, and then everyone else just gonna put.
They refuse to do it, don't they? They won't sell you a rolling chassis. They won't sell you a slider.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, and then you get a discount. For the the conversion mob will give you a discount, because then they can sell that engine on the open market. But that won't last forever.
No, provided there's still a market for engines. Yeah, that's right. Until that market stops. But Tesla have disrupted the vehicle market. They've effectively destroyed the peaker plant, the gas peaker plant market, which is a very obscure market. But the number of gas-fired peaker plants that are being built now is probably reducing towards zero very quickly, because it just doesn't make sense. And we haven't, like I said, we haven't even really touched on the Tesla bot, which at the moment is still a bit ethereal and a bit, not tenuous, but it's still a long way away. But, I don't know how many Amazon workers there are that, famously, pee their pants and all that sort of stuff because they're not given enough toilet break time and whatever. And their self-harm rate's high and that sort of stuff. Well, most of those jobs could be done by a Tesla bot in the not too distant future. And those Tesla bots can run 24/7, 365. And that's, none of that is factored into Tesla's share price. That's a zero line item on Tesla's future earnings.
Well, the software is amazing.
And their software. The full self-driving, which I'm still healthily skeptical about, but that's just pure profit. Their solar stuff, maybe a bit more tenuous.
What about their supercharger network? When they do open that up for the EVs and stuff, they're basically becoming a major fuel company.
Absolutely.
These are the biggest companies in the world.
And they're doing their distributed energy, their virtual power plants with the power walls that people have in their own houses. And they're doing trials in the eastern seaboard of Australia and in the United States. So they may end up becoming if not the energy provider, they're an energy broker with the arbitrage of having the means to store it.
The thing that actually worries me is that Tesla might just end up dominating, intending to be good, and then end up maybe with Musk not at the helm, just becoming this massive almost semi-evil empire that's just
like Back to the Future.
Well, Optimus is supposed to be good.
but any any huge conglomerate, anything that starts up, any big company that has too much power, or any person that has too much power, that's kind of, it's like I want it to succeed and get there, but then if it does.
But it might be just broken up into sub companies. So
yeah,
I think it was
probably.
like AT&T, telecom had to be broken up into a whole lot of small telcos in America, and I think the same thing with the oil companies. I think they were broken up as well, with what they call antitrust, which I don't even really know. It's just a weird term for whatever that means. But
didn't your income have to be broken up like that as well? Because there's too much going into one bank account. They said we can't handle as much.
That is just so not true. That is just...
You can buy Optimus, Russell.
That's right. When you put your super fund has 1 million bagged it, and you've got a big super problem, you could just diversify into buying out Optimus, and there could be a whole lot of little Russells running around.
When I was doing the FIFO gig, and I was joking with Emma, I was like, maybe we could like get an avatar of me, and then I could like remote into it from site in the evenings, and so then I'd actually be here. She's like, oh great, does that mean you could like do the dishes and and load the washing machine? And I'm like, you know what, I'm not as interested now.
Wasn't there a movie with that? Was it Fifth Element or something where they had those?
Oh, maybe. It's
there was one called Better Than Us. Have you watched Better Than Us?
Is it the one where they get the lady to her face looks like the one he likes, and then I think but maybe they might have some sort of like way you can simulate someone's face. Is that going to be like you bring back like dead people and stuff as well, and have your like granddad be a robot?
Oh, here we go.
I know there's actually worse than that, because there's AI systems that can analyze all your social media posts or Facebook posts and all that sort of stuff, and then effectively learn your attitudes and your ways, and then continue to interact via Facebook or whatever you want, so that you kind of live on, and you sort of adapt, or the AI makes you adapt to current events.
Yeah, okay.
And
so your one would just be like posting a dick pic every day. Is that what they do for you, Aaron?
No, I think you got the wrong. My name, my first name doesn't start with R. But the thing is, it would then be confusing, because you could see it would make sense. Wow, we're really going off topic, but you could see it would make sense. Say if little kids were orphaned or something, and you'd want some continuity of parenting or something like that. It's kind of like a bridging. The problem is it's like methadone for a heroin addict. You get addicted to it, and then how do you stop it later? So it sounds really good. Just like, I think they're already trying to write up contracts and agreements with actors where they allow them, like Carrie Fisher.
Oh, yeah.
When she died, they hadn't finished that Star Wars movie yet. So they did get permission from her estate to use AI or, artificially represent her face and voice and whatever to finish the movie, even though she'd already died, with manufactured footage, which, because George Lucas or whoever was the director, because that movie was done for the right reasons, and it was good for her to be in it posthumously, that was okay. But then you could go, well, what if an actor appears in a movie that they don't believe in, like it depicts whatever war or something, and they're pacifists or whatever, and then what if we continue to live on by having our social media scanned and replicated or emulated?
Hey, Harold, can you commit now that if you pass away, we can use your likeness in all future Ask Us Anythings?
Russell,
knock yourself out. You can have it. We're recording live to YouTube.
You
not live,
a
but
mark in this one that started. What is it? 10:48. If you could put that on the replay.
Just wheel him out like they did with like Lenin and Mao, you know, just animate him.
Look, what I can do, Russell, is I can pre-record. You don't have to use AI. I can go, you know, welcome to episode 999 of Tokwas Ask Us Anything. As usual, it's been a pretty busy week.
Pretty busy usually. Do you know what scares me about like these shopping AIs and stuff is when like it promotes something to me like in my social media feeds that I haven't even said that I was interested in that. I just thought it. And it's like, how did you know that? But obviously based on like this, and this, and this, it concludes, well, most people that think that, and that think this. Like, oh my God.
I had a colleague send me a messenger message, said, congratulations on your engagement. And I was like, what's that about? Because I've been married for like 3 years. He goes, just wait for it. Over the next week, just so much wedding crap in my Facebook feed.
Yep.
I keep saying to like devices, I'm like, I wish I could find a site that would show me like cheap Ferraris, but there's nothing. Nothing seems to come up.
Yeah, it's just like when you watch those YouTube videos of Non-Stop Dan, and there's quite a few, you know, where they do all business class flights and first class, and they all claim that they pay with it with their own money, but they do things like if you get one of the Air Canada points schemes, you can actually buy points for a fraction of $1 or something each, so that, you know, your 60,000 points you need or miles or whatever only cost you $600 and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, yeah, those guys can do it, but you can never find out how to do it properly or how, you know, how us average people do it. Anyway, but yes, so Tesla's share price is still hovering. It's sort of 140-ish. It's look, it's okay. Look, and it could be a little bit of, because obviously, you know, the market's open now. In, I don't know, 5 hours it'll be closed, and then we'll have the earnings report. So maybe some shareholders are taking profits whatever, and so, you know, so that is going to happen in at 5:30 roughly our time in the morning tomorrow morning, and it's going to be significant. You know, this is where people like, you know, Russell and I can sit and listen to it and go, ooh, it's either a buying opportunity.
I was so on the line of saying, you know what, I'm not going to buy this Model Y, and I'm just going to put that 100 grand into shares instead. I was so close. Like,
and you know what, that would have been a good call, Russell, because you could possibly have sell that number of Tesla shares, half of them that you bought, half of the extras, and still buy the Model Y.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have sold them. That's the thing. Like, I wouldn't
true.
I wouldn't have sold them. So
if instead of buying this, I'd have bought Tesla shares, I could have bought all of this.
Yes. And in fact,
and same goes for this and this.
In fact, Richard, I can tell you now.
Oh God, I don't want to know.
Actually, it could be pretty. That could be pretty upsetting. If we can get, let's have a look. I'm going to just go do a quick. Let's do 5 years ago. What was Tesla?
Well, the same thing happened when I bought the Model 3. When I bought that, if I had bought shares then instead of buying the Model 3, it would have been the same situation. Like, you can never win, can you? But it's either, do you live your life and enjoy it, or do you plan?
Well, exactly.
And your kids enjoy it as well, right? So.
Okay, 1754. So if we get, this could be painful. If we get $200,000,
including stamp duty and shipping, let's call it 120 grand.
No. So my car cost 200 in March 2017.
My God.
Tesla was 16. Let's call it $16. So that's 16, and let's say it was at the time. Our dollar was pretty big, so we were about 90 cents. So $16, 0.9 divide, that's, 16.9 divide, that's 17, let's call it $18 a share, right?
And are we saying selling at 400 or
and then let's get 200, well, if we get $200,000 and divide it by that number, that would be 11,250 shares in Tesla. That car that's on your right shoulder or screen, on the left side of you, Richard, as we look at you, that's 11,250 Tesla shares, which when Tesla was
at 400,
12-month high. Well, today, if we go today at $140,
1.5.
Or even today,
that's 1.5 million. In Australian dollars, that's $2.25 million.
Damn.
For that car that's sitting in your garage.
Thanks, mate.
Now, when Tesla, when Tesla were at their peak, so what's their 12-month high is $384. 384 times, that's $4.3 million in American dollars. In Aussie dollars, that's $6.1 million when Tesla was $384.
Richard
Not the garage, Richard.
So when you say, like, that's kind of, you'd be affluent if you had $6 million.
Having said that, every single person that's ever bought a Tesla is in the exact same situation.
Yeah.
Yes.
And look, you could have bought shares in Nvidia or
well, if you bought an Apple,
or
you bought an Apple computer back in 1980, and instead of buying the computer, you just bought some Apple shares, where would you be now?
But if none of you have ever bought the car, then the shares wouldn't have gone up.
Well, exactly.
True too. It relied on people to not make money on the shares to let other people, wise people, make money on the shares. So, let them buy Teslas, and then so Russell, you should stop buying Teslas now. You've done your bit.
Yeah.
Ah, dearie me. Anyway,
it does make
never
you
mind.
think though whether it will go into a more gradual rise now. I don't know. Who knows?
You mean the share price, or
yeah? I mean, rather than just like
if you knew what I was
going
to do 3 seconds from now, you'd be a millionaire. Like, honestly, like if that's level of foresight, you should, like, it's so. I mean, I'd probably be able to do like some sort of witchcraft or whatever and do this and do that. I mean, anyone that says they can predict what a stock price is going to be has zero credibility.
No. Yeah.
Unless they're openly manipulating the market by doing their own trading to force market events, then it's all just
tweeting,
I guess. And any person that's a stock analyst, realistically, if they reckon they can analyze stock, then they shouldn't have a job because they should be retired by now. Like,
the thing is, you can be a value.
You
can be a value analyst, which is a proper job, but if you're like what's that called, a pattern. No, they look at the movements and patterns. That's just stupid, because a technical trader or a technical analyst, because that's just looking at candles, and sometimes that becomes true because people write their algorithms according to those sort of theories, which is just stupid. Like, there's one where the share price gaps up, so it might close at $100 and then tomorrow opens at 120 and then goes up to 130. These technical analysts will go, you always have to close the gap. And it's like, well, why? Oh, well, just because. And the thing is, if Tesla released the fact that full self-driving was totally legal throughout the whole world and everyone could use it, that share price will gap up. I don't know how much. It could gap up $100. And it would never return back to that
I reckon
level.
there was short pressure. I reckon that the short sellers were trying to
the share price would go down.
Yeah.
This is not logical.
No, but you're right. The share price is ephemeral. It's a classic. In the short term, it's a voting machine. In the long term, it's a weighing machine. And it's frustrating because Tesla is now a third the price of what it was at the peak. And even when it was at its peak, it was still, because of its growth, still reasonable value. But hey, so one thing you should do, regardless of Russell's converting all his super into Tesla is what Russell shouldn't do, and I trust Russell would never do, is go into leverage. So don't lever your shares, because then if they do get below a certain threshold, you can lose a lot. Look, I don't care with all my shares, I own them wholly, like the whole shares. If Tesla's share price went to $10 per se, you'd feel a bit bad about it, but at least you knew that if it then recovered, it doesn't matter. You know, you're not going to sell your shares, Russell, are you? You're going to wait. You're going to hold until you're old or until you need some money or whatever.
Well, I'd plan to leverage mine when I needed income when I retire.
Yes, but that's such a long time away that by then you'd expect Tesla to be $1,000 a share, in which case if you leverage,
5%.
you know, whatever, a few percent, it doesn't matter.
And in fact, then the gain in the value then pays the interest on the leverage.
That's right. Yes, exactly. And that's actually a very tax effective thing to do with a little bit of leverage, because you effectively get access to that capital tax free, and it's legal because you haven't actually realized the gain, because you're effectively just borrowing money against that asset. That's all you're doing. But like Elon Musk has said very often these days, you know, he doesn't worry about the share price, but he goes, as long as you're not leveraged, you know, don't worry about the rises and falls of Tesla.
I mean, those kind of statements is why I still didn't put everything into that $106, is because I still think there is a possibility it can still go lower than what it has gone now. And even though, like, if I put it all in, it doesn't really matter too much. Just knowing that you could have got it cheaper is like, shit, you know, like I could have got it cheaper. And if I've got nothing left, then there's nothing to go, you know. I remember it was like, you know, $750. I'm like, shit, I wish I had some more money. I'd buy it $750. I'm like, managed to scrounge a few more dollars together. I bought like, you know, $760. I'm like, it drops to like $600. I'm like, shit, like, I think you're always going to be like chasing that dip, but there's going to be a point where it's going to have such fundamentals that unless there's interference or government action or some sort of like, you know, natural disaster or something, it's unrealistic for it to ever trade lower than a certain value. Like Apple, for example, the rate that they're buying their shares back, it can theoretically never go lower than a certain value just because of the equity that the business owns in it. So in the future, if Tesla own a certain value of their own shares, once they start buying them back, you could theoretically leverage that value of your shares and never really have a situation where you're going to get called, because the share price is only ever going to get dropped to the level where Tesla are never going to sell anyway.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. It's
so if they own 30% of the company in the future, because they're going to have so much freaking money, they'll just keep buying more and more and more. They own 30% of Tesla, then at that point, Tesla should never drop to 30% of the value of what it was when they bought their shares.
Oh, gotcha. I see what you mean.
Because someone's got to sell so someone can buy, right? So if they're never selling, then the market is always going to be 30% buoyant.
But they normally cancel those shares. That's about the idea of buy them back.
Yes.
Right.
Oh,
yes, they are cancelled. Yes, so they no longer exist.
Makes sense.
Everyone, there's less shares, so everyone's shares are in theory.
Right, yeah, so the opposite of dilution.
But would they just be buying more and more and more so often that it would essentially be they continue to buy a value every year or every quarter, what like Apple do? They buy a certain value of shares all the time, right?
Yeah, but they run out of money. They can't buy themselves back because they haven't got enough money. They can't do that.
Well, you could.
No, the point is if they've got so much money that they can buy so many shares, their share price should go up, and it has to, because share markets are weighing a machine in the end, in the long run. So in the long run, if Tesla was making so much money that they wanted to buy so many of their shares, well, there'd be a limit, because the share price would just go up until the economics went that Tesla wouldn't have enough money to buy the shares at that price.
Unless you own more than half the money in the world or something.
No, they can't.
No, there's a fundamental.
And Commonwealth Bank, they've bought a lot of their shares back, but then once they've got them, they cancel them.
Yeah. Okay.
But you know, so They
Yeah, and
can't
you
go
could have
too
the
far.
extreme where there are 2 shares left, and Tesla buys the you know, the second share of a person, and then there's one person left that has a share. This is extreme, but then well, actually that can't happen either, because then that person would be in control of Tesla. But anyway, in the
Yeah.
extreme, yeah, it never gets to that.
No.
And don't forget, eventually Tesla could, for its, if it made so much money, it would have to eventually give up and pay dividends.
Mm.
And there's nothing wrong with that, Russell, because wouldn't that be lovely if you have,
You
you
have to pay
know,
tax on it.
if you have, you know, thousands and thousands of shares, well, that's right, you got to pay tax, death and taxes. So before you die, you're going to have to pay tax, unless you just, you know, get some leverage, and then you don't pay tax until you die, and then
Yeah, that's why I like the idea of them using money to like buy back shares rather than paying dividends, because a dividend has a financial implication on a shareholder in
Yes.
a negative way, where a buyback just increases the base value of your share. Because I don't want
Yes.
dividends, because it just means I've got more fucking like tax to pay. It's just not a
Yeah.
positive thing for me.
But you'd want dividends when you're retired. So what you'd
Yeah,
want
yeah,
is when
yeah.
you've retired, you then want a little bit of dividends just to get you by, so you don't need to get leverage on your shares. You just want enough to live on.
Yeah, and if they're
You know.
making so much, they're paying like $1,000 a share or something, potentially, I
Yeah.
don't know what that works out, whatever it's going to be, then it's going to be so
What-
tremendously, what?
I think Apple pays dividends.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not $1,000 a share.
No, but their shares aren't $1,000 each. But actually, it's on. I've got Apple. Apple's PE is 22. No, not PE.
Apple
What's
are
it's the yield?
140 a share at the moment.
So it's 0.65% the yield. So I think
0.65. Yeah, okay.
so. They're paying 0.65% dividends,
Hmm.
which is low. But then interest rates used to be low. So this is a backwards looking in hindsight.
They do
So-
charge commission because the US.
Oh yeah, of course. And then you got tax issues because I think in the US, I don't know whether you get franking credits or whether they're franked. I mean, if it's an Australian share, obviously you get franking credits, which can be useful.
Yeah.
I think Australia is one of the few companies that allow the franking.
Oh really?
I
Oh
don't
right.
think US do, and the US traditionally don't pay dividends anyway. That's where Australian companies are so
Oh,
brilliant.
Apple does. I have
They're
some.
one of the, but it's quite a low yield.
Yeah. Yep. And I believe a lot of those dividends are actually borrowed, isn't it? Because they do that double Irish thing where a lot of Apple's profit, they have to borrow money to pay dividends, because if they paid dividends out of their actual earnings, they would be declared as taxable earnings and have to pay tax on it. So they actually borrow the money against their own shares to pay for as dividends to avoid tax or minimise
Actually,
tax.
Telstra was doing that for a couple of years, and they didn't get the strike, but they got wrapped over the knuckles for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Yankee companies are a fair bit different, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But look, it's a good problem to have. But but I think, Russell, your thesis of there being a minimum, a floor on Tesla's share price.
They withhold tax when they give you. For example, I've got one here. The gross dividend was 153 and less withholding tax of 23 US. Net dividend 130. So the AUD was 183.
Do you pay income tax on that again?
No.
So you have to declare that as income, right?
Well,
Yes.
only if you sell them, but yes.
No.
Oh, you
Yeah,
mean
that's
on
dividend.
the
Dividend.
on the
Dividends,
dividend?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then you pay income tax on that again once you've already paid the initial tax from the US, yeah?
Yeah, depending on your situation, but yes.
But if there's a tax treaty with the US, which we have, you can I don't know if you can use that withholding amount to offset your Australian tax under a tax treaty, because you will never get the American tax back. The Americans will keep that. The IRS will keep that.
Of course. Yeah.
But you might be able to use that to offset your taxable income against that dividend
Yes.
because we've got a tax treaty with the states.
Yeah, I've never really got into shares that pay dividends because I'm more after shares that reinvesting in themselves.
Yeah, that's because you're young, Russell. I like it.
Maybe I'm just I don't know.
You'll get
Yes,
the
you-
stage where you
Mentally
love it, Russell.
different potentially.
No, but when you're younger, you don't care about income so much
Yeah.
as growth.
You don't need the income, you need the growth. But I like the income.
Is it true that when you get old, you
Yep.
do anything to avoid paying bills, even paying like $50,000 or something to save a $5 bill? Is that true?
No,
No.
what's the point of it? What's the point of it? You're going to pay anyway.
Well, you're almost there, Russell. You'll find out soon.
Yeah. Because a person I know, they're quite old. You know, I don't plan to live that long personally, and they've just spent like tens of thousands of dollars on like all this stuff, so they reduce their energy bills, but their life is never going to last as long as the payback period is for their infrastructure they've just
It
installed.
gets taken out of their inheritance. Doesn't
Yeah, but
matter.
I mean-
Yeah, they're
I was
spending the
given a
kids.
30-year loan, and there's no way I'm going to be here then.
Yes,
And
me
I
too.
said,
Yep.
and what's the point of but they'll just take it out of your assets.
No. So I guess my question, when I asked like, why did you do it?
Yeah.
They said, well, my last bill was $10. I'm like, yeah, but you just spent 50 grand. Like the last bill was 200, now it's 10. Like it's going to take 6 lifetimes to pay that off. What are you talking about? Like,
Yes, but Russell, but the thing is, the money they spent is a sunk cost and it's gone and forgotten about. Right? They spent the 10
You
grand.
get old, does your brain change and stop thinking about rationally?
But humans aren't logical anyway. Humans do very stupid things. So
They buy cars that depreciate.
well, they buy cars, you know. Yeah, that's
Exactly.
like why are we in nice cars? You don't
More
need a
than
nice
one.
car to get from A to B. You know,
fair
I already
point.
told you that I could have had $6 million.
Depreciating assets, Russell.
$6 million for what is sitting next to Richard's red car. That car cost me $6 million at the peak. You know, I could
When
have just
someone
been.
asks me what it costs,
It's just
next,
an opportunity cost.
I've got a new figure.
But Harold, that was just an opportunity cost. It's not real.
Oh, it's real as. Although I must admit, what buying that car did do was allow me to buy some Tesla shares in 2017
Yeah.
that, you know, back when Tesla was $385 US, meant that I was technically affluent. I mean, I'm not technically affluent at the moment, but, you know, I
That's a
was
good
rather
point.
affluent on the peak.
I think somebody purchasing a vehicle will have a huge impact on their decisions around what they want to invest in. So
Yeah.
I saw, wasn't there a chat with Warren Buffett and Ross Gerber the other day around Tesla shares? And
Yes.
they were talking to Buffett about stuff, and he said, I've never been in one. I've never driven one, never been driven around in one. And Ross Gerber's like, well, that's why you're bullish. Like, that's why you're bearish. You've never been in one.
Yep.
So to make fundamental decisions about something on essentially hearsay, that's essentially what he's positioned himself to do. And it wasn't Warren Buffett. It was, what was his name?
No, it was.
the other guy.
It was.
Was Warren Buffett? No.
No, it was Warren.
Yeah. You know what? No, it wasn't Warren Buffett. It was that other guy. The short seller guy who's just cleaned up this year. Whatever his name. Big fat
No,
guy.
I thought Warren Buffett, because he's in BYD, or he's sold a bit. He sold it down a bit.
No. It was the other guy. It was what's his name? The real famous short seller who. Anyway,
Not Soros. George Soros? No.
I can't remember. Anyway,
Yeah.
what he was describing was factually incorrect. Some of his explanations, and you could tell that he was making a decision based on like essentially hearsay, hadn't really thought it all through. And when they were trying to tell him about this is actual fact, you could see he was like, oh, and he didn't want to admit that he was wrong, but you could tell he had like a little brain moment where like, hang on a minute, like, why am I so short this stock? Like, so yeah,
It's a bit like what's the name, Bill Gates. You know, why did Bill Gates put a big short position against Tesla?
I
Even
think
though
for him, it's. I don't think he does his own trades. I don't think he says, "All right, go buy this, go buy that." I reckon he's got people that do it for him, and their job is to make as much money as they can, and there's no consequences to it. Whether they short, long, sideways, in between, whatever, and they felt that the market was moving in a way where they could capitalize on the short, and it's nothing about the actual what the business stands for at all. It was not like although he's got these funds for saving the children and whatever he does, I generally think that's like all just a front for trying to keep him in the good books about making as much money as he possibly can.
Well, no, he undoubtedly, I think, felt, well, not guilty, but he made so much money that he thought that he wanted to do something good with it, and he has. I mean, to his credit, because we could all consider, Microsoft to be this evil empire because it kind of, ran the computing world, sort of. So he did form the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and he spent more than governments in trying to address diseases like malaria that kills millions of people a year, that no one is particularly interested in because it's a third world disease, not a first world disease. But he sort of has philanthropy in America is a thing that a lot of people do that can afford it. But yeah, I mean, look, it was understandable of Elon Musk to basically tell Bill to get knotted and go, well, you've bet against my company, and he's taken it personally, and told him to get lost. But yeah, maybe it could be right, Russell. Maybe
Jim Chanos.
Oh, Chanos. Yeah.
So, but if he had shorted Tesla and made another $1 billion or whatever, and he then put that money into curing malaria, is there a net benefit, or is he still shorted something that's more important than that?
Oh, that's a very interesting economic question, Russell.
That's what he's done. He's made money.
No. This would be probably his own money. I don't know that. I think the foundation probably doesn't do that sort of dealing. Foundations generally want to have, if they have investments, it'd be blue chip stuff. They wouldn't be shorting
like
stuff.
Agnostic investments.
Well, they'd be doing blue chip stuff just as holding accounts or bonds or stuff that's very conservative. Yeah, very conservative. Because you don't want to take risk with foundations and all that sort of stuff. But for his own play money, yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe he gets his managers to say, which is, that's the problem with AI. Because if you tell an AI share trading system, I want to make the most out of shares, well, maybe what they'll do is short the entire market and start a global thermonuclear war. The share price goes to zero. They've made infinite money and job's done. And look how clever they are. Their KPIs are going through the roof because they met the objective in an interesting way. So that's how it could go. One thing that which is going to go ballistic is this program shortly, if we don't stop soon.
How come every time I come on, they're always really long, but when I watch the ones back that I'm not in, they're always really short. I'll come on now because I can go to bed at a reasonable time, and I come on every time it runs to like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock.
Well, Russell, there was the one where we ran until nearly 1 o'clock, and the only thing that messed up the timing was we had a couple of big sections where we had to stop recording.
Yeah.
And that kind of messed it up, because otherwise that would have been much bigger than Ben-Hur. Probably would have been bigger than the Roots series in 1986 or something. That went for however many episodes. Bigger than EastEnders. That's it.
All right, so before you go, one last bombshell. I'm currently selling 2 properties to liquidate more money to buy more shares as well.
Really? Oh, Russell.
I thought you were going to sell 4 houses to get a hotel. That's what you normally have to do on Monopoly. But you picked a bad time to sell a house or sell houses, Russell.
No, not in WA.
Nah.
Depends where.
Depends where. Depends on the price market bracket too. Yeah.
And also, I've owned these places for like 20 years. Like, doesn't matter where you bought 20 years ago.
Well done.
Yep.
I bought my
What's
first
that
house
saying?
when I
It's
was
not
20.
timing the market, it's time in the market.
Yeah, very true.
Yep.
Very
on
good,
you.
Russell.
Good on you.
Can't you just go to your share trading platform and just enter in your details of your house and just convert that to Tesla shares directly?
Oh,
Isn't there a market that'll do that?
much easier.
No.
The hassle to do all this is so like the problem. I try to do stuff real savvy and do it myself, but at the same time, I feel like if I just employed like a full service brokerage, I could then just buy shit when I wanted it and then pay them back later. Like trying to like transfer Australian dollars to the US, get in your account, then like set up. It's just like it's like a week process just to get some money in there. You know,
You don't have to do everything yourself. You are allowed to use a broker.
Yeah, I know, but I know I'm allowed to do a lot of things, but I can't justify paying someone to do something I could do myself so easily.
Hmm.
But then the other side is I don't have that flexibility of saying buy it now because I don't have
You
any cash in the
can't
account.
you can't sell your own house and buy your own shares and
You
do
can.
all
I'm
of
selling
that
my own house
at the
now.
same time.
You can sell your own house. You're allowed to do it. I'm
No,
doing it
you're
myself.
You
allowed
can,
to do it, but that's
Some people don't. Some
you
people
don't
don't
have the
buy
time.
it. Some people won't do it. They won't buy it because they somehow they somehow think that, I don't know, an agent's got more truth factor or they're independent. Not that. It's just I sold a house successfully myself, and then I tried to sell another one myself, and I gave up because I just wasn't getting enough people kicking tires and getting through. I've done it both ways, Russell, and one was successful.
It's a
but
job.
yeah,
I reckon it's a job that shouldn't need to exist. Much the same as a travel agent.
yeah, but Russell, do you go into a field and find a lamb and cut 3 ribs out of it just so you can make a steak tonight? Like, it's, humans are specialized.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You need to use professionals that do it every day. And there are risks. I mean, selling is not as bad as buying because if you get the money, you get the money. Whereas if you're buying and there's a problem, and there has been big problems, and it's nice to have someone else involved. And with travel agencies, the same. You can be overseas, stuck somewhere, and you can't get through to Qantas, and Qantas has shut their office in Madrid, and you can't do anything. And if you can bring an agent, makes it all a little bit easier. You can't do
You know what we
all
can't
of
do
it
without,
at
though?
the same time.
You know what we can't do without? I'm sort of saying we can't do without car dealerships either. We really need those. We need someone to give a call when the car breaks down and say, hey, my car's no good. Like, because that's always going to be a thing. So,
Well, it is, yeah, and you're right, because things are changing. I mean, I think these days, even on real estate, you can actually list your property as a private landlord.
Yes.
Yeah, as a private owner.
Yes.
So, I must admit,
Held by owner.
I don't know what if real estate companies provide a lot of value to the average landlord that's a little bit savvy, because a lot of the times if there's an issue, it just comes back to the landlord anyway. This is if you're renting a place.
It's all about time. It's just your time.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And time is money. So Russell, like for instance, if you could approach a real estate agent and say, for 3 or 4 or 5%, I don't know what the commission rates are.
5%
For that, for 5%,
No,
if they could sell
3%
or say,
under $1 million and 2% over $1 million.
right. So let's say you've got $1 million house, Russell, and you went to an agent, and the agent said, well, I could sell a house in 4 weeks. You then get that money and you get $1 million in 4 weeks, less commission. Well, think about if you then spend 8 weeks or 12 weeks selling it yourself, if you end up selling it, and forget what the price is, what's that time value of money? I mean, look, if Tesla shares go down to $50 in 4 months' time, you'll be a genius because you sold it yourself slowly. But on the other hand, if Tesla shares go down in 6 weeks' time to $50 and you're still trying to flog in your house, and your agent's giving you $1 million and you bought them, then you're brilliant. Like it's all hindsight.
It's not how much it costs you. It's not how much it costs you to pay the agent. It's what is left the negotiation of the person who's working on your behalf, and that's where you get your money. You just have to be savvy. You can just say, okay, the fees are unregulated. You could negotiate. You could say, okay, I'm happy to assist you doing this, that, and that. So instead of paying you 2.5% or 2% plus GST, I'll pay you. In fact, I offer them more to sell my house than the regulated fee, because they're going to put all the energy into that. You don't want to take away 0.2% or 0.2 and think you're getting a bargain. You want to pay them a little bit more, but make it hard. Say you've got to get me an extra 50.
Is this unbiased advice, Carmen?
Sorry?
Is this unbiased advice?
Unbiased advice. Yeah. No. Well, I mean,
the problem I've got.
Really.
The problem I've got is there's people that are super intelligent, go to university, get degrees, spend millions of dollars on education, get jobs that pay nothing, and then there's people that sell used cars or sell houses and do way better than someone who theoretically should be better than that's why I don't support it.
Yeah, well, that's fine, but sometimes together you can achieve more than individually, and you can be smart and use professionals in certain areas, and don't make it easier. I mean, just say, get me another 50, get me another 60,000, and I'll give you an extra percent, rather than take off the commission. It's what you're left with, not what you're paying.
Exactly. That's very true.
Yeah,
very true.
And it's also timing too. If it takes half the time, or a third of the time, or whatever.
I actually ask my clients, if I sell this the first week or the first home open, are you going to be happy to pay me the full fee? Because some people think if you've spent 3 months, well, you've earned your fee. Fair enough. But if you sell it the first weekend because you're clever, wise, or lucky, or a bit of everything, some people say, I'm not going to pay you that much. You sold it the first week. Yeah,
but they've often sold it the works first week because they're good. That's why.
Well, sometimes there's a bit of luck involved as well.
Yeah.
However, there's a lot of background work that goes into selling. I can tell you that for a fact. And a lot of people now think they can all do everything themselves, and they're very difficult to deal with, and they interfere.
I just literally went on ChatGPT and say, how do I sell my house? And it all just came up. And it's like, this form, that form, do this, do that, bang.
Yeah, and you can, but you have to have the right buyer. And sometimes you have to, buyers say, they never give you the real reason as to why they like it or don't like it. They'll say, oh no, I can't, it's in the wrong location, or it doesn't suit me. But if you drill down, they either don't have the money, or the timing is wrong, or the location is wrong. But why do they go and see a house when the location is wrong, and they still do it all the time? They say, oh, I really like it, but it's just in the wrong street or the wrong suburb. And you say, well, I can't, that's one thing I can't help you with. I can't move it. But why did you come? Just out of interest, why did you come when it was in the wrong location? And if you drill down, they can't afford it.
Maybe they're just enticed by the picture on the board. They saw your photo on there, Carmen, and thought, oh, wouldn't mind a close up of that.
I'm taking 12 months leave.
But it's true. I mean, I flogged a house in June last year, and I really put it on the market a little bit late. Like, I was a bit lazy, and I did 20 years of maintenance in 6 weeks. Painted the entire inside of the house, like all of it, and that's bogging painting, and this is a big 2-story house, right? And they do say paint is one of the best things you can do, but then on the other hand, the new owners may go, oh yeah, the paint's nice, but I don't like the color, so I'm going to change it. So you think, well, why did I waste all that money and effort?
Doing that now.
Paint it white.
They are too. I have noticed they are painting it. But the point is, I expended all that effort, and maybe hindsight Harry might have said, well, in that particular buyer's case, they might not have cared. But on the other hand, by painting it, I also bogged I patched everything. There were all cracks, and I patched them all up properly, and everything was spick and span. And in the end, all I got for it was what I paid for it, less commission. So I actually lost some money. But I bought it at the top of the previous market, and then sold it just as the market was that segment of the market was about to crash. So when we talk about timing, if I tried to sell it slowly myself, if I waited another 3 months, I would have taken another couple of hundred K off it, because interest rates went up, I don't know, 2%, 2 percentage points, or after it was sold. And it's funny because I kept hearing every month it was, interest rates went up by 0.5%, another 0.5%, 0.25%.
At the moment, every single apartment sold as a resale is less. They're all at a loss.
Yes.
Single one of them.
Yep.
Well, not all. Not it depends how long, right? I mean,
We've only had lots of apartments in the. I'm talking about the new ones.
Oh yeah.
We've only had
the city and stuff.
apartments in the last 3-4 years. Before that, they were just old, and of course, if you hold them, you're going to make money. I mean, one of my clients bought it for $45,000, and it was sold for $400. Not bad. But it had
Even at the peak. But at the peak, could have probably gotten 500 or more, during the peak.
Yeah, but if you bought it 2 or 3 years ago, or under 5 years ago, and you sold it now, you would be losing money. I haven't seen a profit in any of them.
Well, with one of my ones, I bought it within the space of 2.5 years. So I bought for 150. And in the space of 2.5 years, it went to 350, and then it dropped, and now it's only worth 350 again now, 12 years later.
Yeah.
So if you essentially bought anything in the last 12 years, you've on a unit or whatever, you've essentially not really made.
But apartments and units, look, the value is 60% in the land and 40% in the building, and the building depreciates and the land appreciates. So you're better off buying land. Not empty. I mean, an old house on land, so you can rent it out.
Yes.
Yeah. Unless
that's right, because the property is just a liability. It's a depreciating asset, and eventually has to be replaced. For that matter.
Is that why Gina bought all that farmland out in the desert?
Oh, we've got plans, brother.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's no hard and fast rule, but. And it all depends on. There's a lot of factors involved in real estate.
I'll let you know how ChatGPT sale goes, because that's literally what I'm going to be doing.
Yeah, no.
Someone rock up and I'll say, "Someone's entered the building. What do I do?" Tell me what to do, and I'll do it. And then I'll start negotiating, and I'll say, "They're negotiating. What do I do?"
Yeah.
And I'll see how I go.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Have you justified the price you're asking? Does it meet market at the moment? Have you got the right price? And if you want to test the market, one of the things we do is often we don't. That's why you see properties without a price, and you have to put a back-end price when you list it on real estate. But you advertise it for no more than 2 weeks without a price to see how keen your buyers are, and if there is a real buyer that is ready to go. And if they're ready to go and they bond with the house straight away, you can extract probably a higher price than maybe you thought. But you get feedback from the first 2 weeks as to what people, and you just ask, what are you prepared to pay? What's the value to you? And then you form a real price. And depending how long you want to be selling it for, if you want to sell it in 3 weeks, or you want to sell it in 6 months,
So the thing I got going for me is that in the complex that mine's in, 2 other ones are sold in the last like 3 months.
Yeah.
So there's already like prices there for them, and they're all identical. So
Yes.
that's the range I'm working
Yes.
in. So
Yeah.
pretty much like, so
Yep.
you want that? That's the same price.
It's a lot easier
Buy it or
if
you don't.
you've got a
Yeah.
pre-sale in the
Yeah.
same situation.
That's why I think it's going to be pretty simple.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now,
Yep.
don't
But-
get
but-
upset when people make comments when they come through.
I think they'll be upset when I say the price has to end in a 69 or a 420.
Yeah. It doesn't matter.
What? So you'll take. So if I offer, I don't know, $320,000, you say no, 421. You say no, I'll only take 420.69 or whatever.
But Russell,
$420,069.
Russell, if a person says to you, "Hey, will you take such and such?" What are you going to say?
What, they give me a number, or they just say such and such?
Well, people say
Number.
no. People will say, "Oh, look, this to me is not worth more than 200. You want
Yeah.
250, right?"
Yeah, yeah.
And they say this is not worth more than 200. What do you say?
Well, say you take your 200 bones and go to the casino and find me another 50 grand because this is what it's worth.
No, you say, "Let's write it down." Talk doesn't mean anything.
Ah, yes.
You say, "Okay, let's go and write it down." And then you write it down, and then you cross off the 200 and say, "What's your next offer? Because this won't make it." And then write the next offer.
All right. Can I
Right.
put it into
Very
ChatGPT?
good. See,
Can I
Carmen's
write
done
into
this before.
ChatGPT?
An expert. Just a bit.
Hey, Russell,
No,
why-
you just
why
got to go.
does that happen to paying Tesla shares? I'll give you 15,000 Tesla shares for your
Yeah.
house.
Oh, that'd be
I was
good.
actually thinking of selling in Dogecoin, Carmen. Is that also an option?
Dogecoin. I wanted to have a little bit of crypto, and I did buy, and it went down straight away. No, I'm not an
All right.
expert.
All right. I think
Where's
this
this?
is,
Where's this?
that's it. Look, eventually Tesla's going to have their own coin, and all of our cars will be mining them as they drive along. Wouldn't that be an idea? It's late, and we've got to. Some of us got to wake up early. Oh my God, it's almost. I know
Yes.
it's only 11:30. We've got to get up early for the earnings call, but yeah, that was definitely a Russell enhanced show. So feel free to join us next week, Russell, if you're not already in India by
the
then.
problem is next week
Or
I'm going to
selling.
be away. So the time difference means that depending on what I'm doing, usually I take them out for dinner and stuff. So I usually don't get back to the hotel till about this time. Like it's about 9 o'clock in India. So
Oh, gotcha. Because you'll be
by the time I finish
yes,
work, go out for dinner and come back, it's like
Yeah,
this
yeah.
time. So it's usually too late.
that's all right. Next, there'll be another time. Let us know how your Chat GPT sale goes.
So it goes, yeah.
It could be hilarious. Could you get it on YouTube for us? Could you just like look? I might sell a few Tesla shares. Get a film crew out just to film.
Maybe I'll live stream it all and make the extra money off the YouTube revenue.
Yes, yes. Russell sells a house. You know. Yes.
I'll get Stable
All right.
Diffusion to do the artwork and everything for the photos and
You get a
yeah,
photographer.
oh-
It's the cheapest photographer you can get. 190 for 30 photos with wide lens. Why would you do that yourself?
Can we
Just
go to
get a
iPhone?
photographer.
No, because what Russell's going to do, Russell's going to buy an Insta 360 X3 360 camera. He's going to do his own virtual tour.
I actually am,
And-
just for your awareness. I've actually currently doing this. That's my job. My actual job is that.
Oh, okay.
Not that's not only part of my job, but one of a portion of our consulting is creating 3D virtual walkthrough renders and all sort of stuff. So for me to walk around and do it, it's like 5 minutes worth of work. Load and send to a website. They can look around it, throw a few Easter eggs in the corners and stuff, so people get a bit of a laugh when they're doing it. Done.
Go for it.
Yes, you can have little Easter eggs in the cupboards as
Yeah.
I approach a cupboard.
Yeah.
All right, we're just going downhill big time now. Richard Chapman,
Oh God, not
you're
again.
going to be the honorary Peter Petrosky. So you're going to just memorize those lines in your head.
As always,
Which
He's ready.
Stay
He's
safe.
ready, Harold.
stay sustainable and stay ahead of the curve. And the
You
best
need
way
to
to
say-
do that.
and go on, Russell. What? Go
You
and
can
put
say it
your.
again, but you got to include to not buy Teslas, because if you had bought shares, then you,
Okay, no. Well, yeah, no.
But look
So
at
we're
the
going to
light
let we're going to
one
let
friendly, mate, Russell. That's
we're going to let
worth more.
we're going to let the honorary Peter say his piece, and then I'll have to just in what you just said, Russell. I'll have to modify what I say,
all right.
which I'll try and do on the fly. So yeah, go do your piece, Peter.
As always, stay safe, stay sustainable, and stay ahead of the curve.
And the best way to do that is not buy a Tesla. Just buy Tesla shares. If you really have to, join Tokwa. But on the other hand, just buy Tesla shares. And ask us anything about buying Tesla shares to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable
You know how
energy.
big your fine is going to be from the.
And that is not personal advice. Do your own research, etc., for educational purposes only. On that note, we really are going. It's been an awesome night. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe and all that stuff. And we'll see most of you next week on Ask Us Anything. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Take care. Bye.